So today we have to talk about the supply chain. What is the supply chain? How it helps the organization to improve upon its profitability, and how the supply chain concepts not only helpful for the organization, how the supply chain concept helps the customers also. So both ways we'll have to understand, or we will be able to understand that how supply chain is supporting the organization in various ways. Like they are able to provide a good quality product. They are able to provide a product as and when customer required. They are able to provide the products to the customers at their convenient locations. They are able to provide customers the product of their choices, I mean the varieties. And same is beneficial for the customers if you reverse all these processes. How? Then customers will be getting the product whenever they require. Customers will be getting the product of their choices. Customers will get a variety. So they are beneficial for both the supply chain provider, means the organization, and for the customers also. So we'll start it from the first line here. The customers are looking for whatever they want to buy, whether it is the grocery item, whether it is the apparels which they wear, or whatever the electrical, electronics, whatever you name it. They are always looking for low priced, beautiful looking product and long lasting product. Means once I will buy a product, I should be able to use it for a longer period of time. They should not be like, today I purchased it and in the evening I found that the product is not working. So what does it mean? The products should be of good quality. The product should be at a less price, and product should be good looking and with of a very high quality. And the product should be available at a place where the customers are looking for. What does it mean, Mamtaji? If a customer is looking for a product nearer to their place, and say for example the product is available 100 kilometers away or 50 kilometers away from my place, I will be able to buy?
Yeah, it's very difficult for them.
So it becomes the responsibility of the organization, those who are offering the product, to have or to make the product nearer to your place. That is why you find that the organizations like Procter & Gamble, Unilever, all those FMCG companies, fast moving consumable goods companies, they always provide their products nearer to their customers' place. And small organizations, small shops, everywhere around the world we see this phenomenon. And there are certain high quality products like mobile phones, electrical electronics. Those type of products are not provided at nearer to the customer's place immediately. I mean, the way the FMCG items are being provided, they are provided a bit at a central location, or maybe in a showroom, or maybe exclusive showrooms of those companies. Yeah, are we together till now? Okay. So when the customers are looking for low priced, beautiful, long lasting, nearer to their place, this is my demand being a customer, or your demand being a customer. What should be there from the organization side? Anyone? Anyone would like to add something in this? What should be there from the customer side? Oh, sorry, organization side. Being a customer, these are my demands. How I will feel happy when anyone please say something on this?
Professor, good morning. Yes. Can you repeat the question, please?
This is Sebastian.
Yes, good morning,
yes,
Professor.
My question is, I am a customer or you are a customer? Okay. You are looking for a good quality product. You are looking for a product which is nearer to your place. You are looking for a product which you buy and your family uses it for a longer period of time. So what is our expectations from the organization?
Okay, now I understand. Maybe some of the expectations, if the customer are looking for that, some of the expectations of the organization is to, like
Yeah. And
low cost suppliers.
low cost supplies. Very good. Very good. And now here, what is the problem? If the one company is not able to do this, say for example, I'm in a country where I'm looking for all these items, and I go to a market and I tell them, give me this. Some, say for example, Walmart is a retail store which is available around the world. 7-Eleven is a company which opens thousands of retail stores around the world. And there are many companies like automobile giants like Toyota, Ford, Honda, and like many companies. Yes, Agustin?
Yes.
So if a company, one company, any company is not able to do, then what is happening? You can get the cue from the last line of this slide.
It is
Maybe.
grabbed by the others,
Yeah, very good.
competitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So every time if a company says that, sorry, I will not be able to give you a low price product in high quality product, I will not be able to open a space or a showroom nearer to your house because it is very costly to get a rent and, you know, opening up many showrooms and all. Every competitor is coming up. Yeah, please take it from me. I'm giving it to you. Yeah, are we together?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, a small thing. How the competitor or a company is able to do this? Can somebody give me one liner? Few words on this. So we are all agreeing that due to competition, either company A or company B, either Toyota or Ford, either Walmart or 7-Eleven, either a provider of a mobile phone, Samsung or me, or OnePlus, Oppo, or there are many companies, those who are available. If one company is not, other company is able to provide, then how they are able to do this? Do we have any answer for this?
Professor,
Yes.
can I share some experience that I recently have?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, for example, I was now I'm trying to design a new t-shirt, and my supplier was charging me approximately $8 per
Right.
tee,
Okay.
per t-shirt. And I was, making some calculations, and that was not the price I was looking for because my margin was very short with that. So one thing that I learned is that in order to reduce the cost of the product, it's important to understand and to know the value chain of your supplier. Because when I understand that they were charging me $1 only because of the transportation of the fabric, I said, okay, I'm going to talk with your supplier and I'm going to tell them that please, take, how do you say, deliver the fabric to your plant. So in that way, we were able to reduce $1.5 because the other 0.5 was production cost reduction. $1.5 of the price, and now they are charging me $6.5.
6.5.
Which is good.
Very good. Very good. So I'm very happy at least you explained all this. Very good. I appreciate. Thank you very much. So beautifully, you have explained that if you will look into the problem, why the company is not able to provide, maybe because of the logistics, this is one, maybe because of the inventory, if the inventory is high, or maybe because of some other issue. where one company is not able to manage and other company is able to manage. So whosoever company is able to manage this will be able to provide the product and the item at a much lower price of good quality and with all conveniences. So we'll have to learn, being in an organization, that how our supply chains are supporting the organization by attracting customers, and customer will only be attracted when they will be getting the product of their choices. Yeah, are we together on this?
Yeah, Professor. However, I have to say that
Please.
if you excuse me, I have to say that it took so much work to achieve that. It took almost 3 weeks to achieve this.
That is there. See, if you want to make changes in something, no, in something existing, it takes time. I will give you a few examples here, that to change from a normal scenario where I was traveling by this, my product was coming by this logistic method, I was spending this much of money. And if somebody is trying to change and in order to save some cost, to adopt a better technology, it takes a lot of resistance and it also takes a lot of time. I hope you will agree on this.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. Okay. So once we will move further, Sebastian, you will be able to understand that not only the logistics, there are other factors also which tries to increase the supply chain cost, and how we can reduce down or mitigate those expenses in order to supply a better quality product at low price to our customers. So producing and distributing the right quantity to the right location at a right point in time with minimum system-wide cost. What does it mean? If a customer is in a country like India, if a customer is in a country like Peru, if the customer is in a country like Nepal, if the customer is in a country like some other country where all of us have joined and studying this course, something is available in Nepal, I cannot go there and buy. Something is available in Peru, we all from other countries cannot go to Peru and buy. Something is available in India at a low price and a good quality. All of you from different parts of the world cannot fly down to India and buy those items. Is it possible? No? I hope everyone will agree. Hello? Yeah. Okay.
I think no.
Yeah, I can see this hands up from Sebastian. Right. So producing and distributing. So not only producing, I can produce it here in India, but if I'm not able to sell it to the different parts of the world or different parts of the country or the region or the some other places, my customer will not be happy. They will only be happy when they are getting the right product at the right time. And the right location means, if, see, India is a very big country. Every country is having locations where thousands of customers go and buy in different parts of the cities and different parts of the states and so on. So it is the responsibility of the organization to reach to that place and make your product available. So producing and distributing. So distribution itself is a very huge task, so that the products are being supplied to those places with minimum system-wide cost. What do we mean by minimum system-wide cost? So that when customers come to your place, come to the place where the products are available, they are not going to feel like that the product is not available, or if the product is available, the price of the product is high. So a supplier, like in the case of Sebastian example, he himself said that the supplier has to reduce down their price, or by their joint effort, they try to reduce down the logistics cost by $1.5. So $1.5 as compared to $8 is a very huge amount. If you will compare it, it's going to be around 20%. Am I right, Sebastian?
Yeah, for sure. And I said it was because it took a lot of negotiation with the supplier of my supplier and the supplier. That's why it took so long.
Yeah, you went back up to the value chain, and then 20% reduction price is a very huge amount. People like, I give you an example of Walmart. I'm sure all of you have heard about the example of Walmart. The name of the company called, those who are a very big retailer, Sebastian.
Yes.
They work on a very thin margin. You have reduced down your price by 20%. The Walmart works on a 3%, 4% margins. It means somewhere or the other, the company has learned how to manage their cost and make their products available at a low price. Yeah, Mamta ji? Are we together on this? Okay.
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So now I can show you a very small photograph where you can see there is a supplier, there is a manufacturer, there are retailers, and there are wholesalers, and then retailers, and then customer, and few arrows are there. So what does it mean? If you can see here, there are flows which are moving from the back end of the supply chain to the front end of the supply chain. So what do we mean by the back end and front end? Anyone? What do you mean by the back end of the supply chain and the front end of the supply chain?
Sorry, are we talking about the supplier of my supplier, maybe?
Yeah.
Or no?
So the suppliers will always come from the back end and the manufacturing part. So if, like, for understanding purpose, we divide the supply chain in 4 different parts: supplier, manufacturer, retailer, and consumer. So half of them, like manufacturer and supplier, will be considered in the back end operations. Frontliner, the retailer and consumers or the distributor, will be considered as front end of the supply chain. So as per this, if you see the top, the material is flowing from the back end of the supply chain to the front end of the supply chain. And the how much material is required, how much order will be given, after purchasing the cash is to be gone back, that is moving from front end of the supply chain to the back end of the supply chain. I hope this is simple. There is no complication in that. Yeah, Sebastian?
Yeah, yes. We're talking about, you
Okay.
know. Yeah.
Okay, this is also the almost same type of diagram where things are moving from the back end of the supply chain to the front end of the supply chain, and at the same time things are moving back from front end of the supply chain to the back end of the supply chain. So we can see there are red arrows where the marketing research, scheduling information, designs, data, order, and cash, which always move from front end of the supply chain to the back end of the supply chain, and the material, the credit, and how to use, and the designing, all those things will move from the back end of the supply chain to the front end of it. So one small question here. So open a small question. Does there something moves from front end of the supply chain to the back end of the supply chain? Some material also move from back to front, sorry, front to back. Like generally we can see the material is moving from manufacturer to the customer, supplier, manufacturer, retailer, and customer. Does some material goes back into the system?
I think so.
Does it comes to the sales return? Sometime your that comes from front to the back, no? Sales
What
return.
material? Sorry?
Sales return, if you purchase anything, and that's
Sales return.
yeah.
Sales returns. Okay, very good. Good enough.
And these are the tangible things which are talking
These are the
about sales
tangible
return,
things
yeah.
which
And
move.
the intangible, that you can say that your reaction, your post-purchase behavior, all goes to front into the back end.
So that they can incorporate those changes into the new supply.
They diversified their product as per their demand, you know.
Very good, very good. So anything other than sales return? Anyone? Sebastian, Noah, Mr. Than? Anything else which goes back?
Also materials. For
Which
example,
material?
I have a project where one item of our next collection is going to be jeans.
Mhm.
So they are launching a project where people who have worn jeans can them to us
Mhm.
and receive 20% of discount of a new pair of jeans. And we're going to send those jeans to our manufacturer to reuse and produce a new product.
Very good, very good. So this is for reusing and refurbishing. Am I right?
Yes.
Please give me some more examples of this. I'm very happy.
I think the company who sells, for example, Coca-Cola, the bottles
Yeah, very
goes
good.
back to the
Very good,
to
very
the
good, very
supplier.
good. Yes, very good. The empty bottles
Very
of
good
Coca-Cola
example.
and all those Pepsi Cola goes back for the refilling. Yes. So, and the cylinders also, I don't know what happens in the other part of the world, but here in India, we see that lot
Yeah,
of
gas cylinder. Yeah, gas
gas
cylinder.
cylinder
That's
goes
right.
from the back end to the front end, and the same cylinder comes back for the rechecking and testing and then refilling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Empty cartons. We collect a lot of empty cartons so that we don't have to produce new one every time. The packaging material for the green environments and all those types of things. Yeah, am I right, Noah and Substin? It happens at your place also, I'm sure.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
for sure.
For sure, yes.
So what is the term which we use for this process? Anyone?
Reverse logistics.
Yes, Sebastian, very good. So there is a reverse logistics which has to be efficiently managed so that the cost of operations can be reduced down, which ultimately supports in two ways. One is the cost of operation, two, the environment, the greens and all those sustainability and all those things. In the next lecture, I will talk about the sustainability also. So this reverse logistics supports a lot when the items are not being thrown in the air. The electrical electronics, a lot of mobile phones and computers and television which we use nowadays. There are people, those who are discarding their mobile every year. I hope it is happening in every part of the world. People are discarding their vehicles, people are discarding their clothes, people are, and a lot of used stationery comes out from the organizations and the universities and the other organizations. Everything goes back through reverse logistics for remanufacturing and recycling so that it can be reutilized. It will save the cost. It will also save the environment. Are we together till now? Any questions from anybody's side? Or we'll move further. Mamta ji, should we move further?
Yeah, sure. Nice.
Now, there are three things which we'll have to understand here. One is the design, planning, and operation. What is this design, planning, and operation? In the case of supply chain, we work on three levels. One is the design, that is the strategic part, means the design which we made is going to be there for a very, very long term. So we call it in the strategic phase. Then second phase comes is the planning. Planning means we'll have to plan about how much to produce. We will have to plan about what kind of logistics we are going to use. We'll have to plan about what kind of dealer distribution network we are going to have. So all four stages, whether it is a supplier, whether it is a manufacturer, whether it is a customer or retailer, whosoever it is, everyone works on all three stages: design, planning, and operation. So whatever we do in designing phase is considered for the long term. Whatever we do in a planning phase is considered for a shorter period of time, maybe a year or so. And whatever we do in the operation phase, that will be for how much time? Anyone? No? I can expect a very good answer from you.
I think on
Yes,
operation,
Noah.
yes, I
Yeah.
think on operation, it takes a few times, not much time to do. I think so.
Immediately, maybe one for today, maybe for today,
Maybe it
maybe for the
depends.
next 2 days.
Yeah, depends
Like
to
some
the
operation which will,
depends to the process, but it normally is necessary to do immediately.
no. So operations are always for a very, very short period of time. Whatever we are doing for this operation only. Like today, my lecture was supposed to be in the afternoon, and Professor Mathur's lecture was supposed to be here in the first half. So we try to change this. So it's a small operational adjustment which we have made. Yeah. Okay. Now there are 6 words which we are seeing here: facilities, inventory, transportation, information, sourcing, and pricing. This is not planning, this is pricing. Some typing mistake is there, but please note down these words as facility, inventory, transportation, information, sourcing, and pricing. So we'll talk about all these 6 strategic framework which helps us in understanding how an organization is using its supply chain through these strategic framework. So Substrin, you talked about the logistics for reducing the 20% cost of the t-shirts.
Yeah. Logistics.
Out of these 6,
Transportation,
it is only
especially
one.
transportation.
Sorry, especially the transportation. Yeah. So just think of, if you could do a hard work and a good amount of efforts you put in, and you could reduce down the price by 20% by focusing only on one aspect, transportation and logistics. So can we expect furthermore reduction in the cost if an organization is going to focus on all other factors also? Is it so, Substrin?
Yes, I think so. I haven't seen the other parts because it took so much work just to reach this point only on transportation. But I think so that if we
See, simple, keep it very simple. You
the other
have given a
activities.
fantastic example of transportation where $1.5 was being saved. So I gave it as a 20% reduction. I will not say that everywhere we'll get a 20% reduction, but for facilities, if I'll say you will get 0.5% reduction. For inventories, you will get 0.5% reduction. For transportation, you yourself says 2%, 20% reduction. For information, you get only 1% reduction. For sourcing, you only get a reduction in pricing for only 1%. So all 5, if you will keep on adding, so your prices will be dropped by some 25-30%, which is a very, very high reduction in prices. Yeah. But for that, we'll have to understand what do we mean by these facilities? What do we mean by the reduction in inventories? What do we mean the utilization of information technology so that the cost can be curtailed? How we are going to utilize the sourcing and how pricing is going to be supported. Are we together on this? Yeah. Should we move further? Anyone, please hint so that I can move further.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Now with this, we have already seen there are manufacturers, suppliers, transporter, warehouse owner, retailers, and customers. So what does it mean? There are various types of parties, those who are involved, who supports the supply chain and the organization in providing the good quality product in low pricing. But there is an issue. If we'll keep on increasing these number of parties, and we have the supplier, we have the manufacturer, we have the transporter, one is in a warehouse, then stockist, super stockist, then distributor, then retailer. So if all these parties are there in between, so do you think we'll be able to curtail some cost? if we are having lot many people in between. Yeah, anyone? If the number of parties are more, so the cost is going to be increased or cost is going to be lower side?
Depends, I think.
Yes, very good. It depends. I cannot be very sure that every time the cost will be increased. Okay. Reason being, depends on the product category. There can be a product category which can be sent directly from manufacturer to the customer. Say, for example, which product are we talking about here? Which can be sent directly from manufacturer to the customer? Where very less people are involved in between. Can somebody suggest me one product category which can be sent directly from the manufacturer to the customer?
I think
High price item.
yes, I think for the telecommunication company, if they are selling electronic airtime, so they can sell it directly to the customer. If the airtime is electronic, they can sell it.
Service can be also, directly delivered to the customers.
Which item, Mamtaji?
I'm not talking about the item. If you're talking about the product means that's the goods and the service. So I'm talking about the service here.
Service which is to
Yeah.
be given directly to the customer.
Directly to the
So if you talk about the product, you can take the items like a laptop.
Yeah, that's true.
Where the Dell, we all have heard about the name of the company, which sell directly to the customer. Yeah, am I right, Neo?
But there's so many, that the retailers they are just in between the direct customers and manufacturer. No?
See, what I'm trying to understand here is that there are few items which can be sent directly and the cost can be saved. So mobile is one of them, laptop is one of them, some big high value item can be sold directly. But if you talk about an item like a soap, if you talk about an item like a medicine, if you talk about an item like a small t-shirt, will it be possible to sell directly from manufacturer to your place, single unit?
No, it's not true. Daily consumption product is very difficult to send.
Yes. So in that case, the full distribution chain has to be maintained. And if you will maintain the full distribution chain, you'll have to incur the cost. Yeah. Sebastian, I hope you will agree to this.
Yes.
Okay. So these are the things which are involved in the organization: marketing, operation, distribution, finance, customer service, and the new product development. It starts from there. So these are the items which, or these are the departments which works inside the organization in order to support the supply chain. So if anybody is having any question on this, can ask. In order to make the product available for the customer. I hope my voice is audible.
Yeah, it's audible, completely audible.
Yeah, I just received a message that internet connection was some problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So any question on this, how these departments are helping the organizations? Anyone?
I think the new product development it helps because the department can see that we need to introduce new product, and always new product gives some changes on the market.
Yeah, new customers can be attracted.
Yes, yes. And the marketing is it can play a very useful task to inform the customer about the new product.
Yes,
Yes.
very good.
Yes. Operation, they can make the new product, can develop it.
Yes,
And
if they are not
and
able to
also
develop it, how the marketing will supply, how the marketer will provide. So you'll have to keep your operational cost low.
yeah.
And then the importance of the distribution. How after making, product is being sent to the customer's place. So in the case of t-shirt example, the Sebastian talked about the logistical and the distribution part and could reduce the price by 20%. And what about the finance? How the funds can be arranged at a very, very low price. So if the organization is having scarcity of funds, they will not be able to do any activity, be it operation, be it new product development, be it marketing or customer service. So funds are at most requirement, number one. Number two, the cost of getting these funds should be on a lower side.
Yeah.
If the rate of borrowings are very high, it is going to dent your profitability, which ultimately is going to harm the organization's success or their presence in the customer sector. Okay. This we have talked: customer, retailer, manufacturer, component, the raw material. Now, the aim of the organization is to maximize the overall value generation. So the whole organization where they want to maximize their value at every stage, be it your supplier, be it you are a customer, at every point of time, you have to maximize your value. Now, being a customer, the value is different. Being in the organization, the value is different. For a customer, what is the value? That if I'm buying something at a price, maybe the tie, maybe the watch, maybe the shirt, or maybe any other item, the laptop which I'm using, or the water bottle which I'm using for sipping the water. If I'm paying certain amount of money, I must be very satisfied in terms of the value. Say, for example, Sebastian was talking about a t-shirt in $8. If I say I bought this bottle in $10, and the bottle is so good that it keeps the hot water hot and cold water cold for 24 hours, and in this $100, I'm very, very, in $10, I'm very, very satisfied. It means the value generation for me is very good. The difference between the final product is worth to customer and the cost incurs in filling this price to the customer. So first here I'm trying to tell you from the customer's perspective, then I'll come back on to the provider's perspective. So from customer's perspective, if I'm giving the organization a $10 bill and getting this product, and I'm feeling very happy and thinking that the product is more or worth more than $10. This is value I have generated. Are we clear on this? Noah? Sebastina?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we come
Thank
on
you.
to the provider side. So if I have paid $10 to the retailer, it means at what price retailer should have purchased it from their back-end suppliers or the distributor?
Sorry.
If I am buying it, this bottle in $10 from a retailer, okay, then the retailer also should generate some value, no?
Yeah.
How the retailer will generate value? If the retailer have purchased this from their previous distributor in less than $10, maybe $9.
Yeah, they will just keep the margin and then sell it. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to explain here is, if I'm giving $10, I should feel happy. Wow, what a very good. If retailer is able to provide this in $10 and able to retain $1, for that he should have purchased it in $9.
9.
And all their expenses of shop, air condition, electricity, land, labor, all those, no, employees and all those expenses. So for example, it comes out to be 25.25 cents for this, 25 cents for this. So he was able to generate some good amount of profit. So his expenses are incurred and he's also generated some value.
Yeah.
Below with the supplier, sorry, the manufacturer has supplied it to somebody in $8 and they should have manufactured in $7.5. So manufacturers are also happy. They were able to generate some value. Before this, those people, those who have supplied the material, the steel, the plastic and the other material and the labor and all those people, they all are getting their due, which they should get. So everyone involved in this supply chain, right from customer till the supplier, or from customer's demand, which is being sent to the supplies, and then supplies are being fulfilled. I demanded for a water bottle, I got it in a nearby showroom. And everyone received something. Somebody received $1, somebody receives 50 cents, somebody receives 0.5 cents, somebody receives 20 cents. That's a different story. Because it depends on how much quantity you are supplying or you are purchasing. So everyone whosoever is involved is able to generate, means they should be, everyone is able to get something in their pocket as a profitability. That is what is called as a value generated. I hope I have tried to make it clear. If anybody would like to ask something, please ask. Sebastian. Yeah, Mamta.
I have one just, I observe in the society, that means, just I'm taking the example of the Coca-Cola. There is a fixed market price for the Coca-Cola. There is a certain retailing price is fixed. So that means how they are going to generate, that means there's a different price for giving the wholesaler. Because, you know, nowadays what happening in the local market, that manufacturer directly, you know, that going through the vehicles in overall the common society, and they just retail it. So whatever the getting problem, that the middle person who has a retailer, they are not able to sell those, you know, that because that items, the customers can get that item directly from the manufacturer also. Yes. Nowadays it's happening. I don't know how is going to survive the retailer nowadays.
It is getting, you are 100%, I'm with you. The problem is happening every part of the world, that manufacturers are trying to sell directly to the
target customer. They are giving in same price, you know.
Yeah, in the same price means, or maybe at a lesser price. Why?
Maybe in a lesser price, because the middle expenses are going to be reduced. Yeah. Why I'm saying this, that the yesterday or the day before yesterday, I just met one Kirana person. That means some big mart, and they are in, you know, that they are very intense, that we are not going to sell even this Holi that's coming on, not going to sell the big amount of that Dews and Coca-Cola, because the manufacturer are directly selling in the community.
Yes.
In the same price, even the low price.
Even at the low price. So that is what is the problematic for these small shop vendors. It is there in every part of the world. I tell you, whenever Walmart opens its store in some part of the world, they kill the local grocery shops, because the grocery shops margin is very less.
Very less, yeah.
They are not able to purchase in the huge quantity. So if Mamta ji, you have talked about this, I'll go back to this slide. And here there is a word which is being written here, inventories.
Inventories, yeah.
So if the retailer, like big retailers like Walmart, if they're buying in bulk from the manufacturer and supplying to the customer, only one middleman, only Walmart. So it means all the distribution network is gone away. This is the problem with the small retailers. That is why I tell you that whenever these big retailers come to some country like India, because the market is huge, government puts restriction on their operations. So I can tell you from the example of India, where I hope you will be able to understand. Are you listening, Noah and Sebastian?
Yes, we are understanding and listening.
Yeah. So when Walmart tried to enter in India and open its store, they were trying from last 20 years. Okay. Government was not allowing them. I'm giving you an example from my country. And government allowed them around 7 years before, in 2014. Sebastian, Noah, Amtadi.
Yeah, I'm getting, yeah.
Government allowed them around 2014. Yes, you come and open their store, your store in our country. I'm talking about India. So almost how many years have passed? 8 years.
8 years, yeah.
So can somebody tell me in 8 years how many stores Walmart open in India? After they're allowing 51% FDI? Noah and Sebastian, Mamta ji, thumbs up.
No idea, sir. How many stores?
For example, Sebastian, if a Walmart kind of retailer is being given opportunity to open a store in India, how much they would have been open in 8 years? 8 years is a very long period of time.
Yeah.
How many they would have opened, Sebastian?
Since India is a very big country and to grab the market, I think in every province, in every, I think might be there is as per their, that what's called the provincial level as well as the state level. That there should be anyhow a state level anyhow, so that they can grab the market.
Okay, so I'll give you one figure. India is having, say for example, 30 states.
The minimum 30 states. If he wants
So
to,
at least
he
one
wants
in every
to, yeah, one in every
one in
minimum. I'm
every
talking about the minimum. At least
minimum.
he should to, if he wants to grab all the people of India, minimum. I'm
Okay.
talking about the
What about
minimum.
Sebastian? Any figure?
Yes, I think one store per city. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Noah. Your figure.
Yes, I don't have any idea because I guess
I'm only
India
giving you a
is
bigger idea that the Mamtaji was telling that there are 30 states I gave her. So said at least one in every state. So 30 should be there. So if you say 2 in every, then we should have 60. If you say 5 in every state, there should be 150, something like that.
I don't have idea, sorry.
I tell you, Mamtaji, Walmart was not able to open a single store in last 8 years. 0. And the reason is, which you were telling 2 minutes before. If one Walmart store will come, they will kill thousands of small grocery shops. They will not be able to operate. They will not be able to survive.
Yeah.
That is the problem with this word, inventories, transportation, information, sourcing. They will become, they are so big, they are huge. They will come up, they will grab all the market. They will provide the product at so much of low price. I was telling you the pricing strategy on the other day. So I was using one word for Walmart that is called EDLP. If anybody is able to remember that.
I missed that session due to my internet connection. EDLP, you mean, no?
Yeah. EDLP is everyday low pricing. That is their strategy. It's a design phase. They says every day we will sell the product at low price and you cannot match. Even the smaller grocers can never survive in front of Walmart. Their purchase price is much, much higher than at what price Walmart is selling. Because of all these, yeah.
Here in Africa, Mozambique, the government gives rules for the price to control this behavior. So I don't know what about there in India.
Yes, we have
the
pricing rules and regulations, but the retailer is saying my cost is very low. I have purchased in huge quantity. I have taken discounts. I will pass on to my customers.
Yeah, if you are going to in bulk amount, of course, the cost of that is very
low.
Yeah.
So, for example, Noah, if you go to the market to buy one pineapple, you'll have to pay $1. If Walmart goes to market and asks the orchard, they will, I want the whole year production at once. Give me in $50. What the orchard person will say? Will sell $1 each, or will say, okay, complete purchase in $50 each? Because the seller, the manufacturer, they want that everyone should buy their product immediately. Why will they sell it for the whole year? Single unit. They are not retailers. It is the job of retailer to sell in single unit.
Yeah.
The wholesaler and supplier's job is to sell maximum immediately, because they have already incurred the cost. They have purchased the raw material. They have to give it to the supplier. They have to give salary to those people, those who have made this operations. Noah, what is your take on this?
Yes, I can see that if the big suppliers they supplies main quantity of the products.
Yeah.
They must have behavior as the manufacturer, because they can sell to the other retailers. So other retailers can sell using the price for the retails, and then no one is losing on this process, all the process. I think so.
You are in market, when you are in the open market, everyone try to maximize this profitability. So people will do 10 other things to maximize their profitability. They will purchase in bulk. Like one topic which we will have to discuss in the next class is the bullwhip effect, where we will talk about that somebody is buying in bulk and creating problem in the market. Okay. Okay. So we were here on this value generation. So the sum of all costs incurred to produce and distribute means at whatever expenses which we have incurred in making this product available, and the final price which I am getting out of it. And what is the difference? If in the difference everyone is happy, the supply chain is successful. So I am using a word called everyone. Everyone means the customer should be happy, the retailer should be happy, the distributor should be happy, manufacturer should be happy, and the supplier should also be happy. So everyone in the supply chain should be satisfied, because they have generated some value for themselves. So whenever we talk about supply chain as a whole, we are not ignoring anyone. What do we mean by ignoring anyone? If the supplier says that I have incurred some loss, please give me some profit, we will not say you go and die. Next time we will find a new supplier. No. When we are talking about the complete supply chain, we are not leaving anyone behind. every supplier, every manufacturer, every distributor, every retailer, they all are part of our holistic supply chain. Yeah. Any question on this? The value generation should be at every stage of the supply chain. Customer, they should feel happy. Retailer, after selling, should feel happy. Distributor, after selling to the retailer, should feel happy. Manufacturer, after supplying it to the distributor, should feel happy. And the supplier, after supplying it to the manufacturer, the raw material and the components, they also should feel happy. Yes, Mr. Than, want to say something?
Yes, all of the supply chain should be distributed for the value in every sector, supplier, manufacturer, and retailer, and customer. But sometimes in the whole supply chain process, customer side not happy, but all the rest supply chain are happy. Why? That is how to solve this problem. For example, in our country, petrol selling plant, all of the supplier, manufacturer, retailer is good, but customer is not happy because we cannot stand without petrol. So we use, we have paid high price for not contribute values for customer. That is why how to solve this the problem value lose in customer side. How to solve this?
I have two things to say on this, Mr. Than. Okay, should I start?
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. See, there are certain category of products where the raw material is not in our hand. So the example which Mr. Than has taken is the crude oil, which is not readily available at every place in the world. So there are only few producers, those who are having the control of the raw material, like the OPEC countries, like the USA, like the Russia. So we, not only Mr. Than, your country, we are also the victim of the same type of problem. The Pakistan, our first neighbor, they are also the victim of the same type of problem. So, so when the raw material production and arranging the raw material is not in your hand, number one. Number two, it is a natural product. You cannot grow it in the factory. You'll have to extract it. For that, it should be available in the earth or wherever, on the grounds, underground, wherever you are able to get it. So that is one answer, that it is a rare material where the control of the raw material is in the hand of few people, like the OPEC countries, which makes a cartel, like the Russia, which is having a huge crude oil product, reservoir with them, like USA, they have got a huge reservoir with them. So it is very difficult to extract more oil and take it from them. Are we together on this, Mr. Than? We cannot control the raw material.
Yes.
But the second part is what we can do here, that what India is trying to do in this situation is try to switch on the alternates so that the reliability on the finished product reduces. For example, now in Indian automobile market, there is a heavy shift on three things. What are those three things? Number one is the electric vehicle. Heavily people are making it, like manufacturers like Tata's and all those big manufacturers like Mahindra's, they all are shifting their manufacturing of vehicle from crude type of vehicle or the petrol run vehicle to the electric vehicle, number one. Number two, from last almost 10 years, this electrification is starting from last 2 years, but from last 10 years, a huge amount of vehicle in India has shifted from petrol or diesel to the CNG. It's a natural gas, compressed natural gas. So many load or the requirement has gone down. Two. Number three, the companies like Toyota, they are working on a hybrid technology so that the consumption goes down. Are we together on this?
Yes.
Mr. Khan,
Yes.
next, the government of India is also trying to mix something in petrol, which is called the ethanol, which is a byproduct of a cane sugar factory. So the government is boosting the cane sugar mills so that they can produce more ethanol, and government is going to mix ethanol so that the consumption of this kind of fossil fuel comes down. Are we together, Mr. Khan, on this?
Yes.
So
So,
when we cannot control the raw material, which is in the hands of OPEC countries, which is in the hands of USA, which is in the hands of USSR. What we can do here, we can reduce down our dependence on those kinds of fossil fuels.
That's
yes.
why the alternative now the electricity vehicles are there. That's alternative of that one.
Not only electricity.
Yeah,
it
just
is-
I'm giving one example. That
Yeah. And now they are working on hydrogen fuel also.
Yeah,
They are
so
mixing
just
ethanol
talking
in
about the
petrol also.
ethanol. Yeah. That's the.
So these are 4 or 5
So-
solutions which the government is working on.
So, our theoretical, in order to theoretically, we have to manage the whole supply chain cycle should be interactive and valuable. But now some of the supply chain process, overall process is not good. Some are profitable, some are not, lose profit. So this is how to get profit. Everyone in supply chain process. That is the authority of the government, or to make all of the supply chain get profit is the responsibility of the government. How to balance supply chain in the
It is not
Yes.
only the responsibility of the government. We also, being in supply chain, be in manufacturing, have to take care of all these 6 factors: facility, inventories, transportation, information, and sourcing. So at any place, if we find there is a leakage, be in transportation, if somebody is carrying a half truckload, we must force them to carry full truckload. If somebody is not sharing information and holding the more inventory, increasing the cost of operation, we must work upon that. If somebody is not sourcing from the right source, buying it from some illicit sources, which is ultimately giving problem. Facilities, where we are manufacturing, we might have having a big factory of 100 square yard and using only 50. So half of the thing is getting waste. So not only one thing or not only one party, everyone in the system should support. And like Mr. Khan said, the government should support. Yes, the government should also support with some incentives for alternate things like green supply chain, like reverse logistics, like the government has allowed the mixing of ethanol in the petrol. So the government is doing their work. We also, as a citizen or as a manufacturer or as a supplier, should do our work. Yeah, Mr. Khan?
Yes, sir.
I hope I have tried to give you answer of this.
Yes.
So Divyaji, at what time we are going to close this?
We were supposed to close at 15 minutes.
Okay.
But
No, 1:15, no, 12:15.
no. 15 minutes ago at 12. So
Oh,
now
it's okay,
we'll take
okay,
a break.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So my
short
session
break.
will be on Monday.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So we will be continuing on this discussion on Monday from here. Will that be okay, Mr. Khan?
So we'll keep in mind the so many questions, and then I will going to
Please
ask
note
with you.
down. Please,
What
not
else
only
we can
mind,
do
ma'am.
is, we'll go for a break, but all those of you who want to continue discussion for next 5 minutes can do, but post that we'll start with our next speaker because he
No
has been
worry.
waiting since
Yeah,
No
long.
worries,
sure.
no
No
worries,
worry.
Divyaji.
No.
I'll request all of the Mr. Khan, Ms. Mamta, Neo, that please note down the question. In the next class, I will answer all of them. I'll try my best to answer the questions. Will that be okay, Nua?
Yes, it's okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so, sir.
Thanks for the lesson.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Rao. See you again.
Sure.
So let's have a break for 5 or 10, Divya.
5 minutes today. 5 minutes.
Okay, no worry, no
Okay,
worry.
we
We can
resume.
have we can have a coffee and it's a start. That can also be work, I think.
Yeah. We can do multitasking. We resume back at 12:21. Let's go for a break. Welcome back, participants. Good afternoon,
Divya.
Dr. Sumit.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm also fine. Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon, all the participants. I hope they have joined back after the break.
Yeah, it's been very short,
Very good afternoon, sir.
but they have joined. So great.
All right. Now let me share my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I joined 20 minutes prior and I was listening to the discussion that was taking place between Dr. Rahul Gupta and all the participants. And I found that was quite interesting, and strategic aspects were getting discussed. Strategic aspects of supply chain management, those things were getting discussed. And I will be talking about one of the aspect or one of the input that is needed in the strategy formulation. And that input actually is based on the analytics field only. And today we are going to work on the predictive analytics in general. So when we talk about this analytics, last class, and I have told you that it is basically to understand the patterns, understand the trends that are existing in the data, and using those trends, what new we can extract or what we can pass on for the strategy formulation. That is the role of analytics. And when you talk about business analytics or data analytics, basically 4 types are there. Descriptive, which I have briefed you in the last class, more about describing the data. Diagnostic will be more about answering the question that why it happened. For example, I'll give you example and you'll understand that what are these 4. Then I will move on to the one that that is the focus of today's lecture. See, let's say there is a ice cream vendor, and that ice cream vendor usually have good sales in every summers, and year on year he is finding that sale is increasing at a very reasonable pace. Now all of a sudden later he realized that since last 2-3 years there is something happening in the sales. It is decreasing. Now how he came to know about that it is decreasing, that is more about descriptive statistics. So he collected the data of last few years. Things were going pretty well, but last 3 years what he found, that sales have all of a sudden started decreasing. Now he need to find reasons. He need to answer the question that why it is happening. So data described the scenario. That was the first thing, descriptive analytics. Okay. Next is diagnostic, that why it is happening. So when he started introspecting, he started to find the reasons behind. So what he found, a new vendor has entered into the market and people are preferring his ice creams also. So he found now there is a competition. Earlier there was no competition to him. So he diagnosed. So he found the reason. Now what he will do, he will use predictive analytics to predict that how much will be the demand that can occur in the future and how I should capture maximum out of that demand, beating the competitor. That is prescriptive. That means strategy formulation is the last thing that takes place, and that is what we call prescriptive. So predictive is to predict about the future, that what can happen in the future. That is what predictive analytics is. And there are many techniques that can be used for the predictions. But the techniques that we are going to study, they are more about regression, simple regression, then multiple regression, time series analysis that can be performed using MS Excel. Because I want to give you more exposure about what happens in the techniques, and second, how we can use them in practice. So that's the whole idea of today's session. Now, when you talk about simple linear regression, it is used for managerial decisions based on the relationships of two variables. Now, what happens is, whenever you want to use the simple regression equation, it should always have some variables. Mostly when it is a simple regression, then it should have two variables, and those two variables will be dependent and independent variable. And if you recall my yesterday's session, I have briefed you on what is independent and what is dependent variable. Now, I would like to know, are you actually aware or you remember what is independent variable? In the last lecture, except for that it is independent of other things, except for that. So things are written also. Well, I told that independent variables are the one which are systematically manipulated by the investigators. Now, I'll give you another example that was not given yesterday. See, let's say there is a larger agricultural plot and you divided it into 4 subplots. Now, these 4 subplots are of equal size, for example. Let's say this is the scenario. Now, this subplot, this subplot, this subplot, this subplot, as they have come out of the same major plot, therefore they will have similar type of climatic conditions, similar type of soil content, etc., etc. So the things or the environment around is going to be similar. Now let's sow a seed category, and let's say a same quantity and same quality is sowed here also, here also, here also, and here also. Then similar irrigation facilities are provided in all the subplots, and we weighed variety in the fertilizer that is to be used. So what we are doing, we are using a fertilizer which has got 12% of nitrogen content here, 15% of nitrogen content here, in the third maybe 18% nitrogen content, and here might be 21%. Let's say, now what is happening here? The researcher is manipulating, is playing with one of the independent variable, and that was nitrogen content in the fertilizer. That is independent variable. Independent is which could be manipulated. And then we look at that, what is the response coming on the yield of the crop, that how much it is impacting. It may happen that in that particular scenario, 12% of nitrogen was better, and the first subplot has yielded us more crop. Or it may happen 15% nitrogen content was better in that climatic condition, and it has a second subplot has yielded more crop. Or it may happen all the 4 have yielded almost similar crop and similar quantity of the crop, and you are finally getting that nitrogen content or variations in nitrogen content are hardly affecting the yield of the crop in this particular area. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that you need to have one dependent variable like yield of the crop, it was the dependent variable, and one independent variable like nitrogen content was played with. Okay, so that is the idea of simple regression. And then by making changes in the independent variable, how much impact there will be on the dependent variable, those type of predictions we can make if we have some past data available with us. How we do that, those things, let's understand. Continuing, simple regression involves one independent variable and one dependent variable because it is simple. So it has only one independent variable. And when there are more than two independent variables or two or more than two independent variables, then the regression which is used is multiple regression. Now, one thing we should be clear with that it's not, see, softwares are softwares. You feed any type of data in them, they will give you result. You feed two variable data, you will definitely get some sort of regression equation. But is that regression equation a good fit? Can that be used for predictions in reality? Those type of things also we have to analyze. So the very first thing that we try to see is, are the two variables which are usually named as X and Y, are they related? If they are related, to what extent they are related? So a relationship, normally it ranges from -1 to +1. Because what will happen in certain scenarios, as your X variable, it will increase, then Y will also increase. But in certain scenarios, what can happen with increase in X, Y might decrease. So positive and negative type of relationships exist. So whenever increase in independent variable or decrease in independent variable leads to similar type of change in the dependent variable, that's what we call positive relationship. Positive relationship. And whenever they move in the opposite directions, that is what we call negative relation. Now, whenever the relationship, it is +6.6 or above, or -0.6 or less. Okay, on a number line, we all understand this. Somewhere here we have 0, this is +1, this is -1. I'm trying to say that if 0.6 or less on this side, sorry, -0.6 or less, and this side +0.6 or above. In those cases, we usually say that the formulated regression equation will be a good fit and it can be used for the prediction. But if the correlation values, they are less than 0.6, usually we have to perform some sort of tests also. Only then we can use a particular model for the prediction. Otherwise, we cannot use the model for predictions. Moving further, when you talk about the regression equation model, this is how it looks like. That Y is usually treated as your dependent variable and X is treated as independent variable. Now you will agree here that predictions, of course, we make, but when we look on to the reality may or may not be similar to what was predicted. I hope I'm making sense here. Reality may or may not be exactly what has been predicted. Therefore, whenever you are making predictions, predictions are just the estimate, probability values. Okay, they are just probabilistic in nature, and those predictions are used so as to make strategic aspects, because let's say in supply chain only, Dr. Rahul or Dr. Sandeep Mathur, he must have talked about the Woolbip effect in supply chain. Now, Woolbip effect, what it is? It is something like a retailer, he estimates something, let's say 100 units will be sold, but just not to annoy or just not to lose customer, what he did, he ordered 120 units from the wholesaler. Now, wholesaler, he was aware that almost 1,000 units will be demanded from me by different retailers. So what he did, he ordered somewhere around 1,200 units. Same goes back. Now, actual demand was different, but how much units were ordered, that is different. Okay, so this is called accumulation of extra products, and these extra product is what we call Woolwhip effect. All right, meaning thereby when you make predictions, some sort of error is always there, and how to minimize that error, that is what the testing of models indicate. Validity of model indicates that now error is minimum, hence the model can be used for prediction. Now, if you look at this simple linear regression model, we have beta naught and beta 1. These are called the parameters of the model. These are the constants, and X is the variable, and variable is something using which we can always predict the dependent variable. Now, once you know this value, then for any given value of X, we can always predict Y. So that is what the model is. Moving further, this is about the population. This is about the population. Beta naught and beta 1 are the parameters of the population in general, but you usually work on samples. Okay, like there is a company, and that company is existing since, let's say, 100+ years. But if you want to make prediction about the coming years, you usually use last 10 years data, last 5 years data, and so on. So what you're using is just a sample out of those 100+ years. Okay, so when you're working on samples and trying to find the expected values of the dependent variable, we work on the relationship aspects, and the relationships, they can be in the positive direction also. Like I told you earlier, if your beta 1 value, which is slope of the regression, if it is positive, then you will get a regression line something like this, because I am sure many of us knows that y equals to a plus bx is an equation of straight line. And same is what we are using here as beta naught plus beta 1 x. It is the same thing. Okay, so beta naught is nothing but intercept. Beta 1 is nothing but the slope. Okay, slope is by changing 1 unit, how much change will come in the dependent variable. With 1 unit change in the independent variable, how much is going to be the change in dependent variable. That's how we define this slope. Now, relationship could be negative also. When it is negative, then your beta 1, which is slope, it has to have negative value. Okay, now there is a decreasing trend, you can say, and with the passage of time, or with the increase in x values, the y values are going to decrease. That type of predictions will come out. When there is no relation, so a straight line type of equation will emerge, where slope is usually close to 0 or 0. So there is no relation as such existing between the two variables. And in this case, the regression equation should not be used for any sort of predictions. Okay, now coming on to the estimation, and estimation is that beta naught and beta 1, they are actually the population parameters, and to estimate population parameters, we work on sample statistic. So B naught and B1, they are basically the sample based results. Now these will be used for the prediction of dependent variable. So y hat is nothing but the estimated value of y. Okay, so it is the estimated value. Why I'm indicating all these things, because when you will open up books and you will try to relate the things, you may come across different type of notations which are used in regression. Okay, so you should be clear about them. Meaning is same. Beta naught, B naught, A, and so on. Meaning is same. Now, coming on to the estimation process, again, it is the similar thing that you will have some sort of data, and X will be denoting your independent variable, Y will be denoting your dependent variable. This is the model you are trying to formulate for the prediction. Okay, so ultimately you need beta naught and beta 1 parameters, unknown parameters, right? But we are working on sample data. So what you will be estimating is B naught and B1. And using these two sample statistic, you will be predicting about the population parameter, using which you will be making the predictions about the dependent variable. This is the estimation process that's going to take place. And method of least square is what we try to deploy. Now, if you see here, yi and y hat I, the difference is this is the actual value. This is the actual value, and y hat is the estimated value. Now, we have to minimize this particular error. This is what we call error. Observed value minus estimated or expected value. So they should be very close. If they can be close, then your predictions are very much acceptable, and the strategies formulated based on those predictions, they are going to be rewarding. Otherwise, if there is a lot of error coming, then definitely the predictions will not be much suitable. Now, how we assess the model, these things we will practically work on. Please give a reading to this question, and now we will be working practically on how to work on regression and how to answer different type of questions that can be there. So this data, it talks about scores obtained by 9 salesmen of a company in an intelligence test and their weekly sales. So intelligence test, this is the test score and their weekly sales. Okay. And now, using this data, we would like to know that can we predict weekly sales of a salesman based on the test score? So if you are recruiting salesman, then a test should be given, intelligence test should be given, and if a score is coming out to be very good, and there is a strong relation coming between these two variables, then definitely you can add some points or marks to that particular candidate and consider that candidate for sales. Because those who are having good score, they might be very good in sales. Or it may happen other way around also, that those who are appearing and giving good response in the test are actually not good salesmen. Okay, so let's say currently this is your data of test score and weekly sales of different sales. Okay, and now you have to obtain the regression equation of sales on intelligence test score. So test score on score. Therefore, your test score becomes independent variable and weekly sales become dependent variable, because you are making equation of sales on intelligence test score. All right, so it has to be now y equals to b naught plus b1 x. So this is what we have to find. Then interpret the values of coefficient of determination. Now, coefficient of determination is r square. This I will talk that what does it tells. Okay, and then I'll talk about in multiple regression also how this coefficient of determination is important. Then it is talking if the intelligence test score of a salesman is 65, then predict the expected weekly sales. That what is going to be the expected weekly sales. So how the model will be used for prediction, that is what we have to understand. Okay, next, test the significance of relationship. Significance of the relationship between weekly sales and test score. This means either the relationship is going to be significant or it is going to be non-significant. That thing also has to be tested. Okay, if there is a significant relation, only then the predictions are valid. Otherwise, they are not valid. So those type of testings are also performed. And how to perform them? It's very simple. When I'll take you to the Excel results and I'll show you that how to judge or how to answer these questions, you'll find it so simple. Okay, but idea is conceptually we should be clear that what we are doing. Now, talking about the last, and last is basically goodness of fit. Goodness of fit of what? Formulated regression equation. Now you have formulated a regression equation. Is it a good fit for predictions? Can it be used for predictions? So that testing is also available. And now let me take you to MS Excel, and then we'll come back to this particular slide will come back. Okay, I want to share my Excel. How to do that? Divya, you there? No. Divya? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, I got it now. It's on the top. Let me take you to MS Excel now. Great. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now it is visible. Okay. So you can see here, we have the same data feed, like intelligence test score, and then the sales values. And what I told you was that the test scores are independent and sales values are dependent. And there were some questions to be answered, and how to reach on to the output. Let's understand that. So on the top, again, you can see there are a lot many commands. You go to this data command again, and then click on to data analysis. This I've told in the last lecture also. A window will appear with a lot of commands. You will go to regression. Click OK. Again, input and range, input range Y, input range X will be required by the software. So when we say Y, by default, it is always the dependent variable. So what you will feed here is sales. So you can use the data of first column, dependent sales, and then for input X, the independent variable, that is test score, that data can be fed. Because I have included the levels also, so levels I have to tick. That first row, it was having levels. Output we will have in the same sheet, E1. And now you need not to click any other thing because our focus right now is only the regression analysis. Now, here is the output summary. Okay. Now, same, you can have a look. There is first table, that is regression statistics. Then second table, ANOVA. Then the third table, which has got intercept, test score, coefficients, etc., etc. Are we clear? So let's go back to the PPT, and I have this particular output included in the PPT. Here it is. So we have a regression statistics, we have an ANOVA table, we have the coefficient thing. Now, how to respond to those questions, you can see here. Obtain the regression equation of sales on intelligence test score. How to answer to this? Now, regression equation is y equals to b0 plus b1 x. b0, it is the intercept, and coefficient of intercept is what you need. This is your b0 in the output. This is your b1 slope. Therefore, you have now the regression equation formulated, which is 5 plus 0.75 x. Now, for any value of x, you can always predict y. So this is what is used. Regression is used for predictions, predictive analytics. Okay, we'll do that also in this particular case, but let's move on to second question now. It says, interpret the value of coefficient of determination. Now, coefficient of determination, I would like to know how many of you are aware about it. Coefficient of determination. What does it tell us? Okay, if not coefficient of determination, how many of you are aware about the symbol R? It is used for correlation coefficient. Are we aware about this? Square of coefficient of correlation, the relationship between the two variables, is what you call coefficient of determination. Now, I have to tell you about what exactly it tells. Coefficient of determination, see, it tells about the percentage of variations being explained by the given independent variable. You will always see that the dependent variable which you are using, it always have varied values, different values. Now, why those variations are there? How much is the explanation coming from the independent variable which we have considered? That is what we say R square, coefficient of determination. Let's understand this with one example. We all are aware that lung cancer, it depends on n number of factors. One of the factor is smoking habit. Right? Now, we collected data, we tried to relate, and what we found that the R value, the relationship between lung cancer and the smoking habit is 0.7. 0.7. Therefore, R square is 0.49. Meaning thereby, now you can say, based on this explained variation, based on this R square coefficient of determination value, you can say that 49% of the lung cancer is getting explained by smoking habit. That means 49% reason behind lung cancer is smoking habit. That is what R square tells. Now, coming on to this question, if you see here in the regression statistic, we have R square value, and R square is 0.56. So you will simply say that 56% is the explanation. 56% is the explanation in sales. Kisme? Sales. Okay, it is the sales that is dependent right now. Why? Sales. Because if you go back to the data, you can see here, it is the sales that is dependent and test score that is independent. So how much we are able to explain this particular dependent variable with this given independent variable, that is what R square tells. Okay, more the explanation coming, better it is. If there is less explanation coming, find the other variable which are actually influencing the dependent variable. That is the beauty of R square. Okay. Now, moving further, if intelligence test score of a salesman is 65, predict his expected weekly sales. Now we have to predict that. So how to predict? Come again onto this equation that you have formulated. Look here. So it is saying if X value is 65, find Y. So it is simply put this value in the model here, and you can always find the value of Y. Yes or no? So that is what we call prediction. Moving further, is the relationship actually significant? So fourth part, test the significance of relationship between weekly sales and the test score. For that, if I take you to the slide, yeah, yes. So if I take you here, that you have to test now the significance of the relationship between the dependent and independent variable. So your dependent variable here is sales, and your independent variable is test score. Okay. Now you will formulate the null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis. Now, many of you might not be aware about what is null hypothesis, what is alternate hypothesis. Or are we aware? Anybody? Mr. Than, are you aware about these two statements? We call something as null, we call something as alternate.
Sorry, sir, I forgot.
Yeah, I heard at the MBA, but now I'm getting.
Okay, okay. So you're not aware about them. Right now, you just remember that there are two statements. Okay, one is known by null, where we use this particular word no. There is no significant relationship between weekly sales and intelligence test score. And alternative says there is a significant relationship. Because my next session, it is more about inferential statistics. So you will understand more about null and alternative in that particular scenario, in that session. Okay. Right now, two statements will be formulated, null, alternative. Null says no significant relationship. Alternate will say there is a significant relationship. And how to judge it? Again, you go back to the output, and in the output, this is what you have to check. P-value. P-value not of intercept, but P-value of variable. P-value of variable is what you check. Now, it is to be compared with level of significance. Level of significance by default in all the softwares is 0.05. Level of significance alpha, it is 0.05, and this p-value, it is to be compared with alpha. And rule says whenever your p-value, it is less than alpha, alternative statement has to be accepted, otherwise null. If p is greater than equal to alpha, then null. This is what you have to accept. So in this case, your p-value is 0.01 something, which is less than 0.05. Therefore, you will take a decision in favor of alternative statement, and now you will declare there is a significant relationship between the weekly sales and intelligence test score. Both are actually related, and they are related significantly. So, moving further, and the last question to be answered was, test the significance of goodness of fit of the formulated regression equation. Now, this means, can the reformulated model, which we have formulated, like y equals to b0 plus b1x, we have formulated that equation, we call it model. Now, is that model good for predictions? Shall we rely on the predictions of this particular model? That is always a question, and that is also tested. To test or to respond to this, we work on ANOVA results. We work on ANOVA result because testing of regression is done by analysis of variance ANOVA. Okay, and again, what you have to check is the significance value, which is what we call p-value. Significance value is nothing but p-value. So let's go to that particular slide now. Validity of model. Now you can see here the value of significance, it is 0.019, and alpha again is same 0.05. So when you compare the two values, you will find that p-value again is coming less than alpha. So what is to be accepted? Null or the alternate?
Alternate.
Alternate. Now we have not yet formulated the two statements here. Let's formulate the two statements in this case also. So you will have null as I told you, no. No is the word that should be in the null statement. So formulated regression is not no. No means no. Is not a good fit for predictions. And alternative statement will be formulated regression is a good fit. So you have taken a decision in favor of alternative based on the value. Therefore, now you will say that it is a good fit and can be used for predictions. So this was about the simple regression, that how we use the simple regression for predictions. Now let's move forward and work on multiple regression. Now what will happen in multiple model? In the multiple model, you will have more than two variables. You will have more than two variables. So you can see here, x1, x2, so on up to xp, these are some of the independent variables. And ultimately, the equation becomes, which earlier was y equals to b naught, beta naught, beta 1x plus error. Now, because there are more independent variables, so more additions will take place. So for second independent variable, some other constant will come, beta naught, so on, till last independent variable is included. Okay. And again, because we work on samples, so we use the sample statistics. So B0, B1, B2, those things will be used as estimates, point estimators of parameters, these. Okay, so it is same thing, what I have explained you in the simple regression. But now, number of independent variables have increased. So how to respond to this particular process? Again, same thing. Let me now again take you back to the regression Excel sheet and change the data. Let's say the same scenario, the 9 salesmen and their test score along with their sales, it is available. But now you are saying that how many hours per day that salesman is devoting in the field. That will also influence the sales. So now you have identified second independent variable also.
Yeah.
First was how intelligent the person is, test score, and second, how much he is devoting time in the field. So two independent variables now I have taken. Now you see what changes will come in the results, and we'll compare it with the when we used one single independent variable. So again, you have to go to data analysis, Again, this window will come. Now you have regression and click here. Okay. Again, input of Y, input of X. Some of you will have a question here that why it is asking only one X when there are two independent variables.
I was supposed to ask that.
So why it is asking only one? Answer is quite simple. Your independent variables, they are selected together. If you have 3, third will also be selected together. If you have 4, fourth will also be selected. So let it be any number of independent variables. They will be selected together, and software has been designed in such a way it reads them as independent variables only. Okay, so as there are 2, so I'll select these 2 columns together. And now if you go to the first one, it is already selected, but let me select it again so that there is no confusion at all. So this is what the dependent variable was. So I selected them because labeling is there in the first row. So labels we have to tick. Output, let's have it in the same sheet, E1. Don't tick any other thing because they might confuse you. Right now, you just focus on the predictive analytics, predictions only. So click on OK, and you will see a similar type of result appear, but with one change. And that change is, look at the third table and one more variable row has got added. Am I making sense here? I'll take you to the previous sheet also. You see here, when there was only one independent variable, the result was something like this. Only one independent variable row was there. But when you increased it to 2 independent variables, one more row has added. The rest of the things will remain same. Okay. Now, we have to respond to those 5 questions again. How we do that, understand it. Again, let me take you to the PPT. I have included this output also here. All right. So if you see here, is the last column visible? Last row visible?
It's not properly visible. I think it's
not
cut down
properly
there.
visible. Let me.
And now it's now.
All right. Now it is visible?
Yeah. Test
Thank
score number, yeah. A number of hours. Yeah. No, not it. Only the number of only the first column, it's number of.
Okay.
So
I can
that,
explain
yeah,
this
rather than to slide. So yeah, you mention like this.
This
yeah,
way,
okay.
this way, I can explain. All right. So the first part or the first question always is formulate the regression equation, but this time it has to be formulate the regression equation of sales on 2 variables. What are those 2 variables? Test score and number of hours. Therefore, you are formulating y equals to b0 plus b1 x1 plus b2 x2. This is what you are formulating. So b0 is your this value minus 92.17. b1 is 0.45. x1 plus b2 is 11.74. x2. So this is your equation. Okay. Had there been 3 independent variables, now you know one more row will be there. And the value of coefficient of that particular row will be your coefficient for third variable. So this equation will keep on extending based on how many independent variables we have. Okay. So making of simple regression or multiple regression, it's very easy. Same procedure, but how to select the variable, I have told you. Independent variable, you have to select together. In that particular command, you have to select them together. Now, when you are working on the model, look at here. When R square is to be predicted and you are working on multiple regression, then instead of simple R square, it is the adjusted R square that is to be considered. Am I clear? And now you can see here 0.71. 0.71 means 71% of the explanation in variations of dependent variable is coming from the given two independent variables. Coming from the given two independent variables. Let's go back to the previous slide where we had that output of first. Look here. How much was the explanation coming from one single independent variable? 56%. But when you included one relevant variable, the explanation has increased.
71, yeah.
71. So if we can have one more relevant variable included, it may happen. Now we are able to explain sales 90%. Okay, so those three variables can be used during the recruitment process, and the candidates who are actually good on those three, we can recruit them. That is the beauty of regression, because it is highly used in predictions. So based on the independent variables, see, again, I am using the word, these are estimated values, and you are so experienced that probability values or estimations, they may go wrong at times. All right. So that will always be there. Now coming on further, is it a good fit? Is it a good fit? Can it be used for predictions? Now for that, you see here ANOVA table and look at this p-value. This p-value is less than alpha. Alpha is 0.5.
0.05, yeah.
0.05. So what is to be accepted, null or the alternative? Whenever this is the scenario, we accept alternative. Agree?
Yeah.
Now, this is a good model. It can be used for predictions. But I would like to take your attention to the fourth step, fourth question. So if you recall, fourth question was that are the variables having significant relationship? Is the relationship between the variables significant? So if you see here in the previous slide, we have formulated null and alternative one pair. Yes. Now this pair of null and alternative is indicating that there is no significant relationship between weekly sales and intelligence test score. Against, there is a relation between weekly sales and intelligence test score. That is first pair. But now there are two independent variables, so you have to formulate second pair also. Okay, so that second pair will be between weekly sales and the other variable, that was number of hours.
Oh.
So you will say null, there is no relation, and alternate, there is relation. Okay.
So that means if there is so many variables, then that's it's going to be increased with that relation, because
yes. Pairs will keep on
pairs will keep on increasing. Okay.
Now, when we worked on this one, what we found was the relationship is significant. Yes, because your p-value was less than 0.05, so it was significant relationship. Let's go to the new scenario where we have not changed the values of these two. You see here now test score and the p-value. It is now greater than alpha.
Alpha, yeah.
We have not changed the values. Earlier it's showing there is a significant relationship, but now it is showing there is no significant.
No significant. There is a null,
Why it
no?
happened?
Yeah.
Why it happened? As a researcher, as a manager, we should understand this. What happens is, you will agree on this particular scenario that I'm going to discuss. What happens is that at times there are two friends, very good friends, and they are sharing each and everything with each other. Okay, that means there is a strong relationship between the two. Moment third person comes, they stop sharing the things. But that third person was very good friend of the first one, but second one is hesitating now to discuss the things. And first one is saying, oh yeah, please come, let's enjoy, let's party types. Meaning thereby, if you go to the adjusted R square, the explanation was more. The two variables together, they were explaining more dependent variable. But with the presence of third variable, first one is getting little suppressed also. Is not responding that well now. Okay, it happens with the variables also. So the relationship of each variable must be tested, and then it should be used for predictions accordingly. Okay, right now, the overall model is a good fit. A lot of explanation is coming, and this can be used for predictions. Okay, now, if you have any questions, I will be more than happy to respond to those questions, please.
So if one more variable is increased here, if you just add one more variable here, that's going to affect the sales. That means again, the significant relationship between that variable may be different, because here we get that the test score is now, there is no significant relation. If you are going to add one variable, that means the result of the number of hours may be the different, not exactly like this.
Again, it all depends that what is the new variable that has.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is the new variable? If
Absolutely.
it is going to be more
Sometimes,
impact than the hours, that might be that there is no significant relation between hours and that sales. It's depend upon the variables. Yeah,
true.
okay.
That's correct.
So again, the one pair will be increased, no? After getting the one more variable.
Absolutely. More the number of independent variables, more pairs of null alternative hypothesis, they have to be formulated and accordingly worked.
Yeah, okay,
so this is how the predictions are used. Now, I have briefed you only on simple regression and multiple regression technique, but there are n number of techniques that are used for predictions. So many things of variable are to be considered, like variable might be metric in nature, that is quantitative, it might be qualitative. If the variables are qualitative, then how to use. So many things or techniques they are existing, but this is the most commonly used for numeric data, and this is how it has to be interpreted. That was the idea of today's session of predictive analytics. If any other question, I can answer to that. Otherwise, post lunch, again, we have a session and we can discuss on those questions. Okay, but post lunch session will be little interesting in a way that how to predict about populations based on sample. That is what I would like to highlight. Okay, how to use samples for the prediction of populations. All right, so I stop here, Divya. I think I am on time.
Yeah, little, yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, participants, we go for a break. We'll resume back at 1:45 p.m. IST and continue with the session. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, India. Good afternoon elsewhere. Good morning elsewhere. So I think it's always a great feeling. In fact, I always say that second day of the training program is always more pleasant because you get to see familiar people and people whom you belong, and they have some journey with you of understanding and sharing things. So thank you very much for being with me once again, and great, and feel privileged to be with you one more time. And the topic that we are going to discuss today is problem-solving techniques. Now, this problem-solving techniques is a topic which, previously we had just had a session from Dr. Sumit, in which we were discussing about the data analytics and learning about certain techniques and certain statistical tools and statistical concepts. Now we are going to learn in this session as to how they are related to our workplace problems. Now, when I say the topic is problem solving, so the word means that there have to be some problems, and then only the logic of applying the techniques of problem solving will hold. So in this case, in this context, can I just request some of you, or maybe all of you, just jot down one problem at your workplace. I'll request each one of you jot down one problem at your workplace. Yeah. So my request to all of you, which means, Mr. George Daniel, Mr. Antonio, Mr. Deepesh, Rafael, Tida, Marisa, Nitesh, Aldreos, Aplico, Mohammed, Daniel, Natalie, Andrew, Sebastian, Paul, Kinmayo, and Thanmint, Wilder Jesus, and Mamta. Request all of you to write down one problem at your workplace. It will give us a connection. It will give us a context. So
what kind of profession?
Write it down on the chat box. I will take a look at it. Yes.
Good morning, Professor. Nice to see you again. What kind of problem can...
Problem related to your workplace. Not personal, not social. Your workplace
Professor,
problem.
The sound is disconnected. I don't hear you.
So, for example, there can be, the problem can read like this, that we make a lot of filing errors. We make a lot of administrative errors. So the administrative errors can be, a lot of administrative errors are there in the office. People are coming late in the office. Or the customer complaints are increasing in my office. You can name a specific complaint. That would really help. So answer to, I'm reading the chat box, what kind of problems. It could be a product related problem if you are in a factory. It could be office related problem if it is a service. Filing errors, clerical errors, complaints from clients. Just jot down at least one problem related to your workplace. Yes, please. I didn't see anyone writing. For example, a television making company can say that we have received a lot of complaints from resolution problems. The TV screen is not clear, or there are scratches on the products. Virtual working, I can see virtual working is a problem. Okay. So what we are trying to say is that many journey tasks to do it. Okay. So Mr. Mohammed writes many journey tasks to be done. Now, Mr. Pardon me if I pronounce your name incorrectly, but sincerely speaking, it's really nice to see your feedback in terms of virtual working now at Chola to every. So this is virtual working. Virtual working means that it is not easy to interact. It is not easy to talk to people as a team and make headway. Is that what you mean, Mr. Nautela? Yeah.
Yes, is that.
Yeah, understood. Understood. All right. So we have, others can continue to write as they think along. I will just take you to the problem solving techniques as it goes. So let me share the screen now. So we are on this concept, program definition and concept of PSP. The program name is problem solving process. So I prefer to abbreviate it as PSP. And we will learn about the definition and concept of PSP. And then we will have business benefits coming from PSP applications. There is a certain methodology that industry and business needs to adopt for problem solving process. And then the toolkit. We need to understand certain tools which are very helpful in using this PSP process. We will also understand the practical implementation of it. Now, the concept, one second. So here the problem solving process is aimed at identifying the root cause of problems. Normally what happens in our offices and in our workplaces, there are certain problems that we are learning to live with. We have been living with those problems for a very long time. And why? Because we are taking those actions on a very symptomatic basis. A person who is making certain mistakes, we will say that this person either needs training or he is not competent. We will change a person or we'll ask that person to go. Or that symptomatic treatment of the problem is what plagues and it prevents the real solutions of the problem. So this is the basic premise of problem solving process, that first of all, we need to identify the root cause. So it is aimed at corrective actions to root causes, and they are definitely more effective than treating symptoms of problems. Now, a problem can be solved with respect to the actions can be based on either on symptoms. What you see, you can just take action on this. In that case, perhaps what will happen, a person who is making mistake will get victimized, will have to pay or will have to be punished. Otherwise, there are other issues like possible causes. You have some concerns, for example, at airport, we have international airport in India where these days a lot of crowd is there and a lot of delay, a lot of waiting is there. So the problem can start with the delay at airport. Excessive delay at airport for everything can be a reason or can be a problem. Now, there can be hundreds of reasons for this. Possible causes could be hundreds of them. Now, probable cause would be a selection of few of them, which means that somebody would say, those who are there in the operations will like to say that all possible causes are not valid. There are some probable reasons which will be based on their experience, based on the knowledge of the environment. So somebody in the staff will say that, these are the reasons. It could be a luggage, which takes a lot of time. It could be immigration that takes a lot of time. There are some 4 or 5 major areas where the potential delay happens, they will say. So that will be the probable causes. And finally, we have a funnel system in which we say that root cause is 1 or 2 of them. There is only 1 or 2 root causes which are really causing the delay at airport. So this is the hierarchy of actions, and the whole idea of problem solving process is to get to the root cause and not take the popular actions or not take the actions based on symptoms. A mindset issue. And sometimes the mistakes happen due to sheer carelessness. This is a conventional mindset. A problem solving process mindset will say a mistake will result from lacuna in the system. So it will always relate it to the systemic errors. It will not really say that it is because of carelessness. I remember there are some industries, which have, I was also covering this topic of lean manufacturing system, and I said that all the operating systems require a kind of discipline which has started from the manufacturing, but it has started or cascading down to the service areas as well. Wherein I remember that automotive industry OEMs, they would say that if you have taken, let's say I used to supply one automotive lamp to one of these companies. I come from automotive industry and we used to supply one auto lamp, headlight lamp. Now that bulb is fused in the car within 2 months. Now, unless, friends, I give a proper corrective action, written down corrective actions to them, I will not be able to supply the next supply to them. The demand and challenges of auto industry was so much that they really actually pushed everyone. They drove every supplier of them to PSP mindset, problem solving process mindset. The conventional mindset of taking actions on the symptoms was not acceptable to the industries like auto industries. And that is where the quality of auto industries these days, I always say that the initial quality norms and the operational practices, we are on a topic of manufacturing practices as a whole. I must say that these practices have actually been launched by defense to start with, in the sense because human life was at stake. But the automotive industry is actually taking it to the next level of generation. So this is where I'm coming from when I say that there is a mindset of problem solving process that is required, and mistakes happening due to sheer carelessness is not the reason. It is just a superficial description of the possible cause. And once we fix up a responsibility on a person, the second person also makes the same mistake, and then we are back to square one. Root cause solutions are hard to obtain and are very expensive. This is a conventional mindset. The PSP mindset says that proactive investment saves plenty of quality cost. So that is the reason why problem solving process follows one standard methodology, friends. It is 8D steps. Would like to take a note of this, that this problem solving process is actually a 8-step process, which starts with team formation. The team is responsible to close. The team is formed. There are people from quality. There are people from service. There are people from operations. There are people from marketing who are talking to clients, who are talking to customers. They all who are constituting the operations team. The handpicked team is selected to do the root cause analysis report. So that is the first step. And it is finally signed by MD, CEO, or maybe a very senior person in the organization. So that the responsibility of problem solving process is given to a team. Second is the problem identification. Here, kindly mark what I have just written. It is very important to understand what has happened before we try to understand why it happened. Please mark my words. It is important to understand what happened before we try to understand why it happened. I always say that problem solving and the problem has come in the office, in the workplace. The analysis of the problem is something like a criminal investigation. You must have seen in movies, or if you have some first-hand experience, something like it. I think, some of you may be close to that process. However, I must say that criminal investigation also happens in the same way. What happens here is that you must have seen the observer that actually goes to the site of crime. Yes, kindly. Yes. Could you please mute your, in case you have something to say, it's okay. Otherwise, please mute yourself. Yes, Mohammed, you wanted to say something? Yes, Mohammed, I couldn't hear you. Are you saying something?
وقتاش انت تجمع لو ماكسيموم
Sorry? Shall I continue?
نكمل السيستم ونرجع نمشيو كل واحد قداش نصيف ساعه هكا باش تخرج من هنا ولا نجيك للمونديال.
Is it, are you
I
talking
think
to me?
I think he's not on the lessons. I think so.
Okay. Okay, so I'll continue. Okay. So we were on the second step of problem identification. We need to understand it is like criminal investigation. You must have seen the private detectives, criminal detectives go to the criminal crime spot and they observe the entire area. What time did the crime happen? Where the location was? And if it is a case of murder, they will also see the dead body very, very closely, the way it is lying. In fact, in the common parlance, we say that dead man tell no tales. But these criminal investigations will always say that dead body also speaks, which means that the way the whole crime has taken place gives a lot of clue to the problem. So here, friends, identification of the problem is very important, and clue to the problem lies in the problem itself. So that is the second step. Third is the containment action. Something has happened. Now that action has to be taken to immediately douse the fire, which means it could be a segregation in case of hardware. In case if it is a service related problem, then a service related problem would have to be replicated in the sense that, you will have to correct that process. So that is what the whole idea of containment action. Finally, we take root cause analysis, and we will be soon learning and understanding, discussing about the different tools that we are going to use for root cause analysis. Taking the root cause actions, that is step number 5. Step number 5, and there can be one or more root cause actions, but we need to understand and make sure that they are based on the root cause analysis and not on the symptomatic analysis. And the 6th is implement and validate actions. What is the meaning of validation? Can anybody volunteer to tell me what is the meaning of validating actions? Yes, anyone? Can I request Mr. Paul Solis to tell us what is the meaning of validating actions he understands? Mr. Paul Solis. Ms. Mamta, are you there? Ms. Mamta?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir. I'm just listening to you, sir.
Yes, so any guess on what is the meaning of validating actions?
Truly, whatever your data available to you, you should, I think, how can I describe it, that validate action?
Yeah, so for example, if we have taken a problem, of airport, a lot of crowd, a delay is happening at the airport, and some actions have been taken. So we need to validate the data by monitoring the delays for at least a period of time. It could be 15 days, 20 days, 30 days, or 2 months. So validation of action is through some time frame. So give a reasonable time frame for implementation and validation. That is what it means, that use the same tool. If you have collected the data in a check sheet and it says that there is a delay in the airport, then the same format will have to be used to see that the data is validated and the problem is eliminated or problem is reduced. So there are 2 things which have to be taken care of in the validation of actions. One is that we have to fix up the reasonable amount of time frame. Second is that we need to use the same template to ensure that the validation happens in the same way and apple to apple comparison is available to us. Is it making some sense, Ms. Mamta?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. 7, I think again, one point of discussion is the second 7 step. The root cause analysis and actions will not be complete unless we do a horizontal deployment. Now, I really want to understand what exactly do you understand from horizontal deployment? The problem solving process will not be complete unless there is a horizontal deployment of it. Can anybody would like to give some idea as to what is the meaning of horizontal deployment, please?
Sorry, doctor, I didn't hear the question, please. Can you repeat?
My question is problem number, the 7th step is horizontal deployment. I can just put my arrow here, horizontal deployment. This is the meaning. What is the meaning of this horizontal deployment? I always insist problem solving process will not be complete unless we have taken horizontal deployment. What is the meaning of this?
Maybe it's a direct deployment. I don't know.
Suppose a television making company, as I was giving this example earlier, they have received a complaint of television. The picture has got a black mark on the screen. There is a black mark on the screen of the television that they produce. They have taken a technical action on it. Black mark on a particular, obviously this black mark must be there on a particular model of television. Yes or no? It would be there for certain model. One type of product would have a black mark on the screen. Now, horizontal deployment means that similar process, similar machine, similar device, which means that the company would do well to ensure that they also check other product families, other types of television that they are producing, if this problem is existing. If there is a problem existing in other ones, you have to take actions on those models also. Apart from the actual model which has received the complaint, we have to take actions on all the similar looking products, similar looking problems. If there is a black mark or if there is a line, all of that put together constitutes the action for horizontal deployment. Is it making sense, please?
Yes.
Is this? Yep. And finally, the closure planning of future actions, which means that then you plan and say that this is what the action has been completed and you can move on to the next level of problems. Typically, we use this sheet. We were talking about implementation of this. You can see step number 1 is there, team formation, problem identification, containment actions, root cause analysis. At every step, we have to identify the responsibility and time frame. Now, this responsibility is different from the team that you formed here. This team is a problem-solving team, which is identifying actions. Now, action can be taken or needs to be taken by someone who is not in this team, but they are in a different function or department. So all of that will have to be taken care of in terms of time, in terms of responsibility. And you can see in the bottom side, we have signatures coming from the down the line people. The people who are, in case of manufacturing, the operators are also putting signature on this sheet so that they understand the problem. They also understand the actions which have been taken. Head of production, head of service, head of quality, management representative, and CEO, or a very senior person in the organization will be involved in this process of problem solving. Any questions so far? So these are the benefits: customer quality assurance, customer delight, product quality improvement, process upgradation, morale booster, lift vibes, and profitability. All of that will change the overall bottom line of the company. Now, friends, I have just created a background for how we should actually receive problems and what are those problems. And those problems will have to use a structured methodology, and it has got 8 steps. Now, 8 steps methodology is something which we always prescribe in workplaces, in business, on all enterprises. The problem is that many companies do not follow this. And some of the team members feel that customer is making noise without anything. There is nothing much there, and we are still making noise. So the problem is that the 8-step process is not followed because we feel the problem is either frivolous, or it does not exist, or it is basically related to some misuse or misapplication by the customer. Now, if this is the case, then this becomes a major stumbling block in getting into the mindset of problem solving. Now, in fact, before we discuss about the problem solving tools, which will be handy, I would like to give you a story. I would like to give you this story of vanilla ice cream with General Motors. The description of this itself is a little interesting. And I must tell you that this is the biggest message or learning is that no complaint is frivolous. When it is coming from customers, we should take it seriously. And problem solving methodology needs to be applied for every problem that is received from customer. And General Motors once received one complaint, and General Motors, there was one car called Pontiac. Now, this is a real story, friends. Pontiac car is still made, but it is in very few numbers. But this is a very real story. And as I said, the learning point is that every complaint from the customer has to be taken seriously, no matter how funny or frivolous it sounds. So a phone call comes to the vice president of General Motors, and he says that I have a car. I have recently bought a car, and it is a Pontiac car, and it is a good car. But the problem is that I have a tradition in my family that after dinner, we vote for which ice cream to be taken, and I go out and collect the ice cream from the nearby ice cream parlor. So sometimes it is vanilla ice cream, sometimes it's a strawberry, sometimes it is chocolate. My problem is that when I take vanilla ice cream, the car does not start after I collect the ice cream from the shop. Please mark what I'm saying. Customer is complaining to General Motors that I have a problem with your car, that when I go to the ice cream parlor and I take vanilla ice cream, the car does not start. So initially, the first complaint registered, General Motors does not respond. It says that, it's so funny. What vanilla ice cream has got to do with my car? Second time, this person again writes, and he writes a very strong letter. And the language was giving an impression that this person is a very well educated person. And he also wrote that this is a complaint. It is looking funny, but this is what I mean. I really mean it. When I take a strawberry, the car is fine. When I take chocolate, the car is fine. But when I take vanilla ice cream, car refuses to start. And these are the problems which have started only after I have bought your car, which is Pontiac. So ultimately, this person, the vice president of the car division, gives in, and he sends one of those service engineers to his house. Now, the service engineer is expecting that this person may be a very, he was taking him lightly. But when he meets him, he's greeted by a person who is staying in a very fine neighborhood, and he's well educated and he looks to be a very successful man from the way he was living. So then obviously he went at the time of dinner only. So the service engineer went with him. Service engineer went with him, and that was a day when the vanilla was taken. Vanilla was taken, car did not start. Service engineer was still wondering as to why it didn't start, but it has nothing to do with vanilla ice cream. Second day, he came again after dinner. They went in. The strawberry was taken, car started. The third day, they went in for chocolate. The car started again. Fourth day, the engineer came back again to collect vanilla ice cream, and car refused to start this time. Now, engineer is definitely perplexed. Are you with me, you guys? Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
So now this service engineer is completely perplexed, but he's a logical man. He says that there has to be something. I agree that there is a problem, but what is there for a vanilla ice cream to affect the performance of my car? So now he's a logical man. He gets into this problem solving process mode, and he's identifying, first step is that he has to identify the problem, and he has to collect the data. He collected the data of what time, how much time was taken from his house to the ice cream parlor, how much was the waiting time, how much time was the time taken for the person to go back his home, how much time was taken for vanilla ice cream to be collected. Finally, he got to one point. The layout of the ice cream parlor, friends, please listen to me. Layout of the ice cream parlor was such that vanilla, being the most prolific, most popular flavor of ice cream, was in the front of the ice cream parlor. So the time when he was taking vanilla ice cream, the waiting time was much less as compared to when he was taking strawberry and chocolate. So now the problem of car refusing to start when he buys the vanilla actually got shifted to time element. The engineer sorted it out, saying that it is the time which is a problem. The time taken when we go for vanilla ice cream is much more as compared to strawberry and chocolate. Then he again investigated much more. He went in to his headquarters, spoke to the technical people, and finally he said the problem lies with the vapor lock. Vapor lock is one phenomena of the engine, the carburetor, friends, which says that if the fuel is boiling, the vapor is generated within the carburetor and within the fuel injection pump. And when that happens, it creates a back pressure on the fuel system, and the fuel does not flow, and there is an interruption in the flow. When he was taking vanilla ice cream, the time taken was so less that vapor lock did not have time to cool down and evaporate by itself. While for strawberry and chocolate, there was time. The car used to get pulled up, it used to wait, so it had enough time for vapor lock to get dissipated by itself. Look at this. So this is how the problem was solved. Now the major learning from this story is that no problem is frivolous. Complaint coming from customer or internal customer, from that matter, needs to be taken seriously, and no problem is funny or frivolous. I hope you like the story, friends. Okay. So with this background, let me now, if we start appreciating the problem solving process, we move to the next point of problem solving process toolkits. What are those tools that are used to do a good problem solving process and effective problem solving process? We need to understand first what is it that is required for it. We have to handle data. We have to handle data in a big way. In one class, Dr. Sumit is taking 10 minutes. In one class, Dr. Sumit has taken statistics, and we take a lot of support from statistical tools for analyzing the data that we collect. But however, when we look at the problem coming from our workplaces, first of all, we have to collect the data, number one. Number two, we need to summarize the data. Third is data analysis, and finally the data monitoring tools. So we have this box toolkit, in which different tools are there, and I will quickly take you through all the tools. Some of you might be aware of some tools, and I'll be very happy to see if some of you can really add value by discussing all of them and adding, right? So these are the 7 tools: brainstorming, checklist, Pareto chart, Ishikawa diagram, scatter diagram, YY, and control chart. Anyone who has, let me just see if someone has written something on the dialog box. I'm just checking the dialog box here. No. I think it is not possible to see the comments while I'm presenting, it seems. When I'm making a presentation, it is not possible to see the dialog box. Chat, yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me just bring it to the meet. Oh, yes. Mr. Mohammed, you are able to see the screen, full screen? Mr. Mohammed, you are able to see the full screen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just take you through some tools that are used for problem solving process. One is a brainstorming session. Okay. I'll explain this to you, but first of all, let us take a look at brainstorming. Brainstorming is one tool, problem solving tool, in which it is a very simple but effective technique for generating ideas. And the rule is, senior managers, the brainstorming process happens this way. The meeting of all the concerned people is called, and one person is designated as a coordinator. And then that coordinator is asking every person who is present in the room to speak at least one possible cause. They start listing the causes, they start listing the possible reasons of the problem that you have in your hands. So our rule is that you are not going to cut off the other person. Number one. Number two, rule is that you have to speak at least in the first 2 rounds. You have to give some reasons. You cannot pass it. You cannot say that I do not have any idea. And when you are a process expert, you are conversant with the process, you should be able to tell at least one possible cause for this. And the second rule, as I said, is that the other person is not going to give that this possible reason is not valid. Nobody is going to cut the other person, and every person will have to contribute. So the rules are no evaluation is taking place. You are simply jotting it down on the board, and you can fantasize freely. You can generate quantity. Here at this point of time, the focus is to generate ideas, as much of ideas. So it is basically making everybody speak and contribute and building on ideas. So this is how the brainstorming process goes. And then once you have the inventory of ideas, then it is much easier for us to evaluate those ideas. So that's about brainstorming. Second tool is check sheet. We are quite conversant with this term called check sheet. However, check sheets will have to be made scientifically. They need to be made in a way that it really helps you collection of data. Convenient and should be compact format, and simple rule should be maximum information should be there and writing should be minimum. Why? Because when you are collecting the data, you are at that workplace. You are at that workplace, and workplace, the person will not be able to write as much. So it should facilitate writing in such a way that it should be very easy to fill. I'll give you one example of a check sheet. Yes, this is a paint, a defect on a product, which is a paint defect. Now, this defect is rampant, and we are solving a problem of defects on paint. Now, first of all, we have to understand where exactly is the defect occurring. So, one way is that we make a checklist in which we can describe the location of the defect. Second is that we actually make an actual part. See, this is actually a part which is having or experiencing defects. This part has been reproduced on the paper, and you just have to write like this. On X, there is a dirt. On D, there is a dent. S, there is a scratch. D is bubble. So you are describing various defects on the sheet itself. So check sheet is nothing but a diagram which clearly tells you how many defects are happening at which location on the part. You don't have to collect the data in such a way which becomes cumbersome here. Such a simple but scientifically designed check sheets goes a long way in collecting and compiling the data which is required for problem solving. The learning point is manager should not say, normally it is very common to say for seniors and superiors to their subordinates, please collect the data. They will not explain which data, what data, and how to collect data. But now we wish they should actually say this, let us plan and design a check sheet first. If you design a good check sheet, it will be much easier for us to collect the data as well. How many have heard of this Pareto diagram? Anyone who has heard of Pareto diagram, please?
No, I didn't.
No, as well.
Okay. See, Pareto is actually been named after an Italian economist. He was not even a statistician. He was an economist, and he was a social activist also. What he said at that time was that 80% of Italian wealth lies in 20% of the people. He was a social activist. So he said that 80% of the Italian wealth lies with 20% of the Italians. So the Japanese use this concept in the problem solving at shop floor. They said that 80% of the problems are caused by less than 20% of the possible causes. So there are only 20% of the problems which are really giving you headache to the extent of 80%. 5 minutes. So identification of vital few from trivial many. So in a way, when we say that there are a lot of problems in my office, people are coming late, people are doing errors, files are not placed, we are not able to locate the files, customers are not happy, all of that, a lot of problems are enumerated. When we do a Pareto principle, we will discover to our advantage that only 20% of those problems are giving you 80% of headache. So it is better to identify those vital few from trivial many. It facilitates prioritization through data summarization. So now you can see this. If there is a defect, A, B, C, D, E defects, these are the description of defects. What they say, they will collect that the total number of defects are 150. Out of this, defect A is 70, B is 45, C is 25, D is 6 and 4. Total makes it 150. You take a percentage of this, and when you plot it, you will find the first 3 defects would be, first 2 or 3 would be constituting your 70 to 80% of the problems. Is it making sense, please? First 2-3 defects, you just have to plot them and make the chart in ascending order. This activity will give you a clear illustration that the top 70 to 80% of the issues are only because of 2-3 possible causes. Making sense? So here, this is the Pareto chart for passenger complaints at an airport. flight problems, baggage, service, refund, fares, and others. So this is 1, 2, 3. If you can just see this, the total defects, if you take flight problems, baggage, and service, it will go up to 70%. So this helps you to understand what are those problems which are giving you 80% of headache. So Pareto is one very useful technique of doing so. Another example, there are so many problems lined up, but finally we can see only 2-3 problems are actually contributing to 80% of the issues. You can see 1, 2, 3. This is how the cumulative percentage will go up and will clearly show that 70% of the problems are only because of 2-3 problems. Okay. You can stop me just in case you have some questions, because when these are the tools we are hearing for the first time, there can be some questions as well. Please, I'll be very happy to answer those specific questions. But idea is to give you a flavor of the tools that we use for service industry and for manufacturing industry in operations. So the useful points is that various classifications construct many kinds of Pareto diagrams. We can make Pareto diagram for causes. We can make Pareto diagram for problems. We can make Pareto diagrams for everything that can be listed, and out of which we need to find out the important few from the trivial many. That is a point. Cause and effect diagram. Cause and effect diagram is also called as fishbone diagram by some of us. What it really means is that every cause will an effect. So one effect, a graphic tool which is used to represent the relationship between an effect and the causes that are influencing it. So we write effect on one side and write possible causes on the left-hand side in this fashion. Possible causes of a problem can be man, machine, material, methods, measurement, and environment. So it looks like a fish. It looks like anatomy of fish. That is why it is also called as fishbone diagram. So man, machine, material, methods can be the possible reasons. And there can be sub-reasons related to men. There can be sub-causes related to machine. For example, let us take one example of you have a car. You have a car which is very high consumption. High consumption is bad or good? Consumption is bad or good? Yes. Is the high consumption good or bad?
Bad, Professor.
Yes. Sorry?
Bad, Professor.
High consumption is bad, and I want to really solve this as a problem. Now, the reason can be vehicle. Now, there can be sub-reasons of vehicle. Maybe it is a heavy vehicle. It is a spark plug as a problem if it is a spark ignited one. If it is a carbureted, if it is an injection pump. So it could be a vehicle-related problem, high HP problems, or it could be because of the driver. It is poor skills or bad attitude because he is driving the car at lower gears. It could be the procedure, impatience, craze. It could be the road. Roads are congested. Congested road will definitely give you a very high petrol consumption. It could be a maintenance issue, timely service is not being done of the vehicle or material. So this is how the cause and effect diagram is built, and effect also on one side and causes are on the left-hand side under the broad headings. So the broad headings you can choose, and then under those broad headings, you will have subheadings. So out of this, once we make this chart, then we do a brainstorming session to find out what can be the probable causes. So these are all possible causes, out of which we can do a brainstorming or we can do some data collection to see that there are some probable causes which are coming out of the cause and effect diagram. So use one point which I always say, that make the same, express the characteristics as concretely as possible. What is a problem? So you high petrol consumption, very clearly problem stated. So this is what the meaning of use expressing the characteristics as concretely as possible. Another tool is scatter diagram. This concept has been also briefly touched upon by Dr. Sumit in his class of data analytics, wherein what it really means is that it is a study of possible relationship between the two variables. So it could be, for example, I want to set up, I have an office. I want to say if there is any relationship between the training hours that we have given. We have trained people, they will make less clerical errors. If we have given if we are an insurance company, we say that economic status of a person who is doing the insurance depends upon the insured amount. It could be a reverse way also. The person is very wealthy, he does not need to insure himself. Or it could be one way that he is rich, he can afford money, he has disposable money with him, so he can have an amount which is higher than him. So if you want to if you want to establish the relationship between the two variables, the scatter diagram is one of the very important tools. It could be temperature and material hardness in manufacturing side, or it could be on hardness and tensile strength on the manufacturing side as well. So applications, what are the applications of a scatter diagram? It is for control purposes. Destructive test by non-destructive test, which means, for example, this tensile strength is destructive. If you understand that hardness is directly proportional to tensile strength through scatter diagram, then I will measure hardness and I will leave aside tensile strength, because tensile strength needs destructive testing. You need to break the part. What is the meaning of destructive testing? You have to break the part, destroy the part to test it. So that can be expensive, that can be time consuming. So with the scatter diagram, what we do is that we establish the relationship between hardness and tensile strength. Once we establish the relationship as good, then we will continue to measure hardness and we will not measure tensile strength. Making sense, please? So this is one example for a scatter diagram. For example, all your kitchen utensils and decorative items are plated. They are aesthetically plated. And the plating is done, which is actually a layer of a glossy material. You must have seen a shiny material. So that plating thickness is also for protection. It is also for decoration. Now, it is very difficult to check the plating thickness all the time. So what we do is that we can establish the relationship of pH value of chemical and time with plating thickness. Once we establish this relationship, we can continue to measure these two parameters and not the plating thickness. So this is the power of a scatter diagram. You can see how we make the scatter diagram on x-axis and y-axis. We can say one variable will take it here and we'll continue to plot it here. If we get a diagram like this, this means there is no correlation. If we get a diagram like this, there is a very strong correlation. X goes, Y also goes. This diagram is strong negative correlation, which means that X increases, Y decreases. So this relationship helps us to meaningfully describe how the X variable or one variable changes with the change made in the second variable or the Y variable. So this is one formula. I think it is not required, but if those who are very statistically minded, you can always use this formula to calculate correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient means nothing but the relationship, the strength of relationship between the two variables. There is one software called Minitab, statistical software called Minitab. The whole idea is that the statisticians and the workplaces, statistics is taught in colleges and institutions, but statistics is not used at workplaces because it is quite mathematical and difficult. So I always say one thing, statisticians have not made statistics simple enough to be used at the workplace. And the people at workplace have not tried to reach out to understand statistics in a meaningful way. And this is why the use of statistics has been limited in work areas. However, if as I see the Minitab, the software has made life very easy, and you can implement statistics, you can implement usage of statistical tools very easily. So you can easily draw a scatter diagram with the help of this software. You only have to input the data and you get it. Now the last part is control chart. This is a control chart, it's a run chart. Now the basic principle of control chart is that there are common causes of problems, there are special causes. If somebody is, if you have a problem that people are coming late in the office, is a problem. Now there will always be some people who will always be, if you plot a data of day-wise data over a month, you will find 4 or 5 people out of 100 will be coming late. That will be an average number. But let's say if there is some festival or late party happening, then some specific day, there will be an increase in the people who are coming late. So that becomes a special cause. So control charts are able to distinguish between common cause and special causes, as they ask you to draw a control limits. These two lines, upper control limits and lower control limits, and there is a mean line here. So all the observations with respect to your problem phenomena should lie here. If they are crossing these limits, we will say that the process is under some special cause. What it really means, friends, is that common cause, I go back to this slide, common causes are difficult to sort or address, but special causes can be easily taken care of. So first of all, when you want to solve the problem, look at the stability of that process. Look at the stability of that data. If there is some special cause happening, first of all, fix it up, because you can easily identify that problem. So this is the whole idea of control charts. So this is how the data is monitored. There are 2 dotted lines. The observation should lie within these observations. One more tool which is important, this is the last piece for toolkit in problem solving process, is why analysis. You continue to ask 5 times why. 5 why means keep on asking one. This is one example. CNC machine stopped in the middle of the program. Why did the machine stop? Ask number 1 question. The circuit was overheated, causing a fuse to blow. So this is why. But you don't stop here. You will ask again, why was the circuit overheated? There was insufficient lubrication. Then you again ask, why was the lubrication insufficient? Then you again ask, then you again get the answer, oil pump in the machine was not functioning well. Then you again ask, why is oil pump not functioning well? Then say inlet of the pump was clogged with metal fillings. Why was the inlet clogged? There was no filter in the pump. Continue to ask that question unless you find a actionable. Unless you find something that you can take action on, you keep on asking that question. That is the spirit of why analysis. That is a basic principle of why analysis. It is generally understood that 5 times asked, you will get the actionable answers. So this is how, and how to make it sustainable. It is easy. In fact, I have been a part of this system of problem solving process, not only as a trainer or a consultant, but also as a technical head of a company. We used to make automotive lamps. And I have seen what we used to do is that we used to take any problem reported by a customer. We used to take it as a traffic challan. And this challan gets registered in the office of MD and CEO. What happens? Unless you have completed the 8 steps, we will not close this complaint at the MD. So the complaint will stay open till the time we have taken 8-step process and we have got it filled We have got it approved from everybody. We have made people aware. We have validated the actions and so on and so on. So this is one thing. Second is Kaizen. There is a small voluntary. This is one voluntary scheme. This is the first registration and resolution scheme is complaint coming from customer. And then you take action. You are forced to take action. In Kaizen, you take voluntary actions. You take voluntary actions and departmental people come together and make small improvements and take problem solving steps. So this is the whole treatment of my subject, friends. I hope I have not been a little fast on that, but just in case we can just discuss it for some more time and say that one sec. Let me come back to the full screen. Any questions? Because this is a topic which is slightly tuned to a work environment where you have a problem and then problem with toolkits. I'm sure that it must not have really been a bit too much or too new for all of you. Just some reactions from all of you.
My concern is about the type Y. It could be less than 5 or more than 5, no? Why question? It depends upon the situation. If your answer is not going to be ultimately fine, then again and again you can ask that question. No? Why only mention the type Y? It could be less, it could be more than 5.
My experience is that Ys are very good enough because some people actually have to stop even after 3 Ys. Some of these customers are relenting the requirement. Some of these relenting the requirements because suppliers say that no, sir, we cannot give you more than 3.
Oh, yeah.
Even that. But the philosophically, what we say is that till the time you come to a point where you can take complete action, you continue asking that why.
Why? Yeah. Until unless you get the solution, you can go through why, how, like this. The concept is only for that.
Yes.
So in Kaizen, in the last slide, you mentioned the one voluntary working system Kaizen. I think there is the organization do not wait for any complaint, any reaction from the customer, but the organization themselves analyze if anything going to be improved so that we can cover the more customer or like this. No, sir?
Absolutely. Yes, very right. Ms. Mamta, you have given me a very good explanation, and
thank you, sir.
So this gives me a lot of energy that this has been understood. I was having my own, because in virtual programs there is a limitation that we can reach out to each one of you and understand whether it is clear to all of you.
Yeah. Even no one is open their video, and you cannot find the face expression whether they are going to understand or not. And at least opening the video can, that you can analyze yourself that whether they are understanding or not. It's a face expression. Not everyone it works, but I think it more works for me.
I agree.
Yeah. So Divya here, APR.
I think if there are no questions, over to you, Divya.
Okay, I think there are no questions. Okay. As you know, I have come here for a break.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Let's take a break.
Yes.
We take a 5 minutes or 10 minutes break. What do you suggest?
Okay.
10 minutes break. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Since some of the days we have been taking 5 minutes, let's take a 10-minute break. Sure. And then we have Dr. Sumit join. We'll continue with the session.
Okay, Divya. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sandeep. It was a wonderful
Thank
session.
you. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Sumit.
Hello, good afternoon, Divya.
Good afternoon. I thought to give them an enough break, but then I realized they are already awaiting with the questions. So I thought let's start on the time.
Okay.
They had a lot of questions.
Great. In case questions are related to my topic, more than
No, in
happy to
general,
answer.
they have different topics. So I'm sure in your last session also they were very curious. So
Definitely, definitely. Any sort of question, most welcome. But let me share
yeah,
the PPT also
yeah.
for the next session.
Are we all back, Mr. Tan? I can see you. Others, are we back? Can we start with the session? Okay. Okay, Dr. Sumit, over to you. Please.
Thank you so much, Divya. And once again, good afternoon to all the participants. Let's move on to the next important aspect, and it is how to draw inferences about the population based on the sample information. In my very first session, I was talking about that whenever there is some issue or challenge, then some sort of objectives are to be formulated. Based on the objectives, we try to see that from where to take the information or the data using which some fruitful results can be derived or the objectives can be met. So ultimately, there is always a population from where the data is to be taken. And at times we can study the complete populations, and most of the time we are not able to study the complete populations. Hence, what we do, we go for sample studies. And when you do the sample study, of course, sample has to be a true representative of the population, and samples, how they're selected, the very often we say sampling is the technique that is used to select a sample from the population. And this sampling, it is again a very important and vast topic, but I'll give you a little hint on this. Sampling, okay, if I would like to know from you people, are we aware about sampling and some nuances about the sampling? Mr. Than?
Can you repeat the question, Doctor?
Oh, I was saying, are you aware about the concept of sampling?
Yeah, somehow.
Okay. Mr. Than?
Yes, a little, yes. Now, didn't know detail.
Right. See, what happens is when we talk about this sampling, so it is of two types. One is the probability sampling, and second is the known probability sampling. Now, probability sampling is something where every population unit has equal chances of getting selected. That means totally unbiased. But non-probability, some sort of bias will be there. And that actually is needed most of the time. In probability sampling, we have many techniques like random sampling, then you have stratified sampling, systematic sampling, cluster sampling, then multi-step sampling. In non-probability also, there are a number of samplings which are there. Okay, like convenience sampling, because when you go for probability sampling and Mr. X has to respond to you as per probability sampling, but Mr. X refuses to respond to you. He's saying, I'm not interested in your questionnaire, I'm not interested in your survey, I don't want to respond to you. In that case, your probability sampling is no more a probability sampling, because in probability sampling, what happens, whosoever has been selected should respond. Only then it is a probability sampling. Moment one respondent is refusing, it is no more a probability sampling. And most of the time what happens is that in case you want to study, let's say 500 people and you have selected them randomly, you may not be able to reach to all those 500, or it may happen that 50 out of 500 have refused to respond to you. So most of the time, non-probability sampling is what we prefer. And non-probability sampling has been now included in the books also, in the texts also. Earlier, prior, I would say 15 years, non-probability sampling was not considered at all. every research should have probability sampling only. But looking on to the constraints which come in front of researchers, now non-probability sampling has also been given space in the textbooks. So it is now used and quoted in the Viva bosses also, that yes, I have used non-probability sampling because probability sampling was difficult to be used. Okay, so both have got space. Now, you see here, at this side it is population, and this side it is sample. Whatever you compute on the population is parameter, and whatever you compute on the sample is known by the name statistic. And we use statistic for drawing inferences about the parameters. So there are notations which are used for parameter and notations used for samples, statistic. Okay, like when you say mean, which we have studied in the last lecture, when you say mean, when we are working for, let's say, population, then population mean is denoted with this symbol mu. But when you're working on sample, the mean symbol is x bar. Similarly, if you're working on, let's say, standard deviation, for population, the symbol used is sigma, and for sample, the symbol used is S. So these sample results are actually the point estimates of the population parameters, and we should use them appropriately. Why I'm trying to tell you all this is because today's topic is more about how to draw inferences about the population based on samples. Okay, and the technique that we use is hypothesis testing. And very first thing is, what is hypothesis? So you can read from here. It is a statement, but about what? Statement about population. And this statement we try to verify based on what? Sample information. Okay, see what happens is different scenarios, like let's talk about medical sciences. Now let's say there was a disease which shook the world, and that was COVID-19, corona, and so many patients suffered. Some could not survive, many could survive, and the disease is still prevailing. Okay, but the frequency is now lowered. So there are drugs. Now, if you want to test a particular drug, can you test on those patients who are not surviving now? You can't, because they are no more here. Okay, but they are part of the population who suffered from the disease. So most of the time what happens is complete population study is not possible. And it is only the sample that we have to work on. Hence, see, if you can study the complete population, this particular inferential statistics is not needed at all. Understand this? If we can study the complete population, then you don't need hypothesis testing or inferential kind of statistics, because then you have the exact result from the population, the complete population. So no need of inferences to be drawn for the population. But as we cannot study the complete population, we rely on the sample. Hence, we have to use inferential statistics, and ultimately hypothesis testing is only the way. Now, when we talk about hypothesis testing, procedurally, there are 5 steps involved. And the very first step is formulate a null and the alternative hypothesis. Now, this is very important. Formulating null and the alternative hypothesis. And in my last lecture, somewhere I hinted on that there are 2 statements, out of which one is ultimately preferred or selected based on the sample results. Now, let's understand this time what is this null hypothesis and what is this alternative hypothesis. Let me take you to this slide because we have some big space here. See, what happens is normal scenario says majority of the things will lie in the center. You go back to your school days or your study days, and let's say there are 100 students in your batch, hypothetically, let's say 100 students in your batch. When they appear in the exam, usually 5 students or 6 students or at the max 10 students, they are on to the topper side. Very few students, just like 5, 10, they are on the extreme left, least scorers of the batch. But majority of the students, 80% of the students, they will be clustering around center. And that is what normal scenario is. And your complete hypothesis testing, it has been taken from this particular normal distribution concept only. Okay, so ultimately, when we work on hypothesis testing, the center of the normal distribution is the point we say 0. On the right side, there will be a point above which we will say greater. On the left, there will be a point below which we usually say less. So there are 3 symbols: equal to, that will lead to 0, less than, greater than. And these 3 symbols actually make your null and alternative statement. Okay, let's work on these statements with one example. Let me clarify further on this. See, let's say there is a scientist and a COVID scenario. So he was working on the preparation of the drug, 10 months of hard work, and he came out with a composition, a formula, and he's saying that this drug, if prepared and given to the patients, patients will recover within 3 days. I hope statement is clear. There is a scientist prepared a drug to cure COVID-19 disease, and now he is claiming that it will cure the disease in 3 days. Now, shall the company who is going to invest in that particular formula blindly trust the scientist? They will not blindly trust him. They will try to verify that particular statement. So, what will be the 2 statements? Statements will be, okay, just give me a second. This will help more. All right. Now, when that scientist said it will cure in 3 days, so 3 days is basically the claim of the scientist. Okay, and this is what we write as mu naught. Mu naught is the claim or the benchmark value with which the comparisons are to be carried out. Okay, then what the company will do? Company will prepare the drug on a smaller scale, and then they will administer that particular drug to, let's say, 20 patients. Now, patient 1 responded in 2 days, patient 2nd responded in 3 days, 1 day, 3 day, 4 day, 7 days, 2 days, 1 day, 4 day, and so on. 20 readings will come. Yes. So based on these 20 readings, now we have to either go in favor of this statement or we will not go in favor of this particular statement. Okay, how we do that? For that, hypothesis testing is used, and the 2 statements that we have to make are, firstly, the mean time taken by the drug to cure the disease. So mu is, this is the symbol we used, population mean. Mean time taken, this is read as mean time. Okay, mean time taken to cure the disease when that particular drug is administered to the patients is equal to whatever is the claim of the scientist. That means scientists claim it will cure in 3 days, and in reality also the time taken is 3 days off. So results are equal. Now, there were 3 symbols, if you recall: less than, greater than, equal to. Out of the 3, how many symbols we have used? 1. How many are left? 2. Now, to include these 2 symbols in one statement, we will say not equal. Am I clear? Less than, greater than, both are included in not equal. So this is second statement. That means the mean time taken to cure the disease is not as per the claim of the scientist. Okay. Now, let's say same scenario, same scientist, and he prepared the drug, but this time he's not saying it will cure in 3 days. He's saying it will take at least 3 days and disease will be cured. Now, what he's saying? At least 3 days. At least 3 days means maximum 3. It can be cured prior to that also, before that. So now he's saying average time taken to cure will be less than, equal to the claim, 3 days. Now, how many symbols we have covered? 2 symbols. How many are left? Only 1. So that will now go in the other statement. Same scenario, same scientist. The third statement which he can make is it will take at the max 3 days. Okay, I need to correct this. When we said at least, in the at least case, minimum 3, otherwise more than 3, right? So symbols will be like this. And when he says at the max 3 days, then the symbols will be like this. Now, the point which I want to emphasize here is that null and the alternate statement that we make is actually a tricky task. It's not that rough or that direct that you can make any statement that you will say that this is null or this is the alternate. Right now, there are 3 pairs we have made. Out of the 3 pairs, which one is null, which one is alternate, I have yet not disclosed. You please remember, wherever the equal to sign goes, out of the 2 statements, one statement will have equal to sign. Now, the statement having equal to sign is always the null statement. H0 is what we write. Okay, because your equal to means that mu minus mu naught is equal to 0. And 0 is what we call null. So equality will lead to null scenario. Okay, and the other statement will always be alternative. Same way, in the second pair, this is your null because this has equal to sign, and other statement will be alternative. This is null and the other statement will be alternative. I'm sure there is a clarity about the null and the alternative statement, that how we formulate. Okay, because until or unless we do not formulate null and alternative, the complete testing is waste of time, because you don't know what is to be accepted in the end. And it is a statistical technical technique which is actually have to be systematically worked upon. So any error will lead to wrong conclusions. Now, if you see here, second step is set the level of significance. Please understand what is this level of significance, which I was using in the last lecture also. Now, level of significance actually is based on the scenario, and it is a type of probability only. You see, we have population for which we are working, and we are working based on what? Sample. Let's say I make a statement about your batch. Now, don't take it otherwise. It's just a statement to make you clarify the concept. Okay, I make a statement about your batch that this batch is brilliant. Okay, now when I say this batch is brilliant, it might be a true statement. It might be a false statement. We don't know right now about the population, that how it is this batch. That's why testing is performed. If you are actually knowing that how is this batch, then there is no need of hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing comes whenever the population scenarios are unknown. Okay. Now, let's say batch size was little higher and it was not possible to study all the units. So we went for sample. In the sample, it may happen that all the brilliant students, they came. There is a possibility. So based on that, what we are going to do, we will accept the statement. It may also happen that in the sample, all those people came who were actually not ready to respond, and that they don't want to be part of this type of thing. So results went little against the statement. That's also possible. And the third possibility is that the sample was true. It was a true representative of the population and exact result is coming. So whenever we are working on sample, there is always a possibility of error which cannot be denied. So based on sample, you will accept the statement or you will reject the statement. Now you see, if the batch is actually brilliant, the statement is true, and sample is also indicating the same thing, and you accepted it, it is a correct decision. In reality, the batch is not brilliant. It's a false statement. That batch is not brilliant. And we made a statement, batch is brilliant. So it's a false statement. And your sample result is also saying, reject the statement. Again, a correct decision. But there are two errors also possible. Okay. And we call them type 1 and type 2 errors. Although in reality, the batch was brilliant, true statement was it, but sample results are saying reject the statement. No, it is error. And similarly, it was not a brilliant batch, but sample results are saying it is a brilliant batch. So again, error. Now this type 1 error, which is probability of rejecting a true statement, is actually level of significance, alpha. Okay, and this probability, it should be very less. Okay, so usually 1% or 5% is what we say alpha should be. When I say 5%, it means 0.05. And that is what all the softwares they work at. By default, every software has alpha value equals to 0.05. And that is what we were comparing the p-value with. Okay, now come further, and you have the third statement, compute the test statistic. And this test statistic is actually situational. If you want to see, in hypothesis testing, there are a number of techniques involved, and different scenarios will force you to go with a different technique. Okay, so you have Z test for single population mean, Z test for two population mean, Z test for proportion of single population when you have qualitative data, Z test for two proportions, and so on. Then T test when the sample sizes are less than 30, then F test if the variances are to be compared, and further if you go, then chi-square test, then all other tests are available. So different scenario and a different test is there. Compute test statistic means you need to understand the scenario and then apply the appropriate test statistic. Okay, and then compare the calculated value. Fourth step says compare the calculated value with the table value. Okay, so how to find table value? That again is a bit tricky thing. I'll take you back to the 3 scenarios, and every scenario actually have different. See, when you're working on, let's say, this first pair of null and alternative, you use normal distribution, something like this, greater side, lesser side, and center is equal to. So when you say alternative hypothesis is not equal to, mu is not equal to mu naught, this is how we read it. Okay, that means either it could be less or it could be greater. So if you are testing at, let's say, level of significance 0.05, then 0.025 alpha will be on this side and 0.025 alpha will be on this side. Total area under this particular normal distribution is 1. So central area will be now 0.95. Okay, see, this is very tricky thing. I'll try to give you a hint again that what exactly I'm doing. What happens is normal distribution is a probability distribution, and total area is 1 under the curve. 0.5 is area on right of center and 0.5 is area on left of center. I'll take you to Google page, and on the Google page, I'll show you. Can you see this normal distribution? Now, if you see here, when you're at center, 0. Okay. Now, if you start going towards left, area is increasing. The dark blue color is indicating the coverage. Now, when you are reaching here, you can see that. But at the same time, try to see on the top here. This, can you see this 0? Minus 0.6. So it is giving you a critical value, table value. Okay. So that way, now if you go from center towards left, then also total area covered is 50%. And if you go on to the right, then also it is 50%. Okay, that is normal distribution. You must have heard about Six Sigma concept. Okay, Six Sigma is based on the normal distribution only, and control chart, which Dr. Mathur was trying to hint on, statistical control charts, they are actually based on this particular normal distribution only. So when I say 1, it is actually 1 sigma. When I say 2 in the normal distribution, now it is 2 sigma. When I say 3 sigma. Actually, when we talk about Six Sigma's concept, 4 come from the normal distribution and 2 sigmas are assigned to the leadership aspect. How well is the leadership? How participative is the leadership of the organization? How much hand-holding the leadership does? All those things, they are part of it. But right now, my subject is a bit different. I'll not get into those Six Sigma things. Right now, you just understand this is a normal distribution curve, and this will be used to find the table value with which the comparison of test statistic is done. Okay, so let's go to the PPT. You read the 4th point. Compare the calculated value with the table value, significance value, okay, and then conclude based on the comparison. Last step is compare, conclude based on the comparison. So whenever your calculated value is less than the table value, null statement is to be accepted. The rule is whenever your calculated value is less than the table value, your null hypothesis or null statement has to be accepted. Otherwise, alternative has to be accepted. So this is the procedure of hypothesis testing. Now we will be testing two different scenarios, and you will see how we have worked on it. So mostly the scenario will be when the population standard deviation or variances are known to us, or it may be not known to us. If they are not known and sample size is more than 30, then Z-test is applied. If it is less than 30, then T-test is applied. Okay, so that way. Now let's read this particular scenario. Now let me maximize. Yeah. So it's about a scenario like in recent year, a number of companies have started coming in the competition and have been formed that offer competition to AT&T in long distance calls. All advertise that their rates are lower than AT&T's, and as a result, their bills will be lower. Now, AT&T has responded by arguing that for the average consumer, there will be no difference in billing. Suppose that a statistics practitioner working at AT&T determines that the mean and standard deviation of monthly long distance bills for all its residential consumers are. Now, what are the two things he has computed? Mean and standard deviation of which company? AT&T. Okay. Now, based on the past data, this is the figure he has achieved. Mean is $17.09 and standard deviation is $3.87 respectively. Now, he then takes a random sample of 100 customers and recalculates their last month's bill using the rates quoted by the leading competitors. Now, competitor sample he has taken. Okay, 100. And the sample has given us the sample mean $17.55. I hope there is a clarity coming here that it's one company which we want to work for. So they have facing some competition from the competitors. So competitors data has been taken, and now we want to compare it with our benchmark value, AT&T's benchmark value, because in the previous slide, we have now the mean value of AT&T also available. Okay, now we want to actually tell to the customers, because somebody has actually spoken against you, you can say, just to project themselves as better. Okay, so how AT&T is now responding that whatever they are saying, that's a false statement. So now if you see the next line, assuming that the standard deviation of the population is same as AT&T, can we conclude at 5% significance level? Can you see this? Mostly testing, see, error is something which cannot be 100% omitted from the samples. Error will always be present. Hence, some space for error is always given. So some significance level should always be there. Okay, so 5% is what we have taken. And now we want to conclude whether the statements made by the competitor is valid or it is not valid. So what we do, we come on to the first step and we make the hypothesis. Now, hypothesis, if you say, we want to determine, if you see this particular second paragraph, we want to determine whether this mean differs from the AT&T's mean, which was 17.09. Therefore, alternative hypothesis will be that the mean of competitor is not equal to AT&T. And the null hypothesis will be mean is actually equal to whatever is the average will coming from AT&T. Okay, now the testing will be performed and you can see here. Same thing which I was trying to tell you, if 5% is what the significance level is, then 50% of the alpha will go on this side, 50% of the alpha will go on this side, because it is a two-tailed test. And then the table value, like if you remember on the Google, I was trying to carry the cursor left and right, and some Z value was appearing. Okay, so Z value comes out to be 1.96 using that particular table. And when you compute the test statistic, the third step, because here the sample taken is 100, which is more than 30, so Z will be used. This is the formula for Z. When this used, ultimately the calculated value of Z comes out to be 1.19. Now this value has to be compared with the table value. And in the last slide, I have shown you the table value is 1.96. Now, when you make the comparison, so 1.19 is less than 1.96. And whenever calculated is less than the table value, I told you it is the null statement that is to be accepted. So you accepted the null statement. Yeah, we cannot reject. You can read here. We cannot reject the null hypothesis in favor of H1. We cannot reject. Hence, we accepted it. So what you conclude here? There is insufficient evidence to infer that there is a difference between the bills of AT&T and the competitor. Hence, based on this data analysis, AT&T can project that bills were collected, they are verified, tested, and it is found they are not less than AT&T's bills. There is no significant difference. They are approximately equal. So this is how hypothesis testing is used when you are dealing with one scenario, one population mean. But there are a number of things in hypothesis testing. And now I'll take you to one very interesting, when you have two or more than two populations wherein comparison is to be made. And for that, analysis of variance is what we try to work on. I'll explain this. Before that, if you can give it a reading to this particular case study. So if you allow me, I'll read it for you. I'll clarify. See, it is a case about an apple manufacturer, juice manufacturer, and they have developed a new product, a liquid concentrate, which when mixed with water produces 1 liter of apple juice. And this product has got several attractive features. The very first is convenient. It is convenient to carry. And second is because it's sold in cans and is actually made from concentrate, the quality of new product is better. So first was convenient to carry. Second was quality is better. And third is the cost of new product is slightly lower than the canned apple juice. So there are three attractive features. And now the marketing manager has to decide how to market the new product. So she wants to create one advertisement, and she wants to know, shall she emphasize on all the three lucrative features, or shall she focus on one of these three which will generate more sales? So what she did, she went to 3 different cities. Yeah, here we can see in one of the city, she launched the product with the advertising stressing the convenience. So you can see here, convenience. And in second city, what she did, she emphasized the quality of the product. And in third, she emphasized the low cost. Okay, and then number of packages sold weekly is recorded for 20 weeks. So for how many weeks data she has collected? 20 weeks from 3 different cities. And based on that data, now she will reach on to a decision that shall she use one of the parameter for creating the advertisement, or shall she emphasize all the three parameters for advertisement. Here is the data. When she emphasized on quality or convenience, so first week, this was the sales. Second week, this was the sales. So on 20th week, this is the sale. Same way for quality, first week, second week, and so on 20th week. Same way for the price also, first, second week, third on. So 20 weeks data from all the three cities have been collected. All right. Now, when this data is fed in MS Excel, commands applied, we got a result, and that result is here. Yeah. Now it is visible, right? No, if you see here, there are two tables which have emerged from one-way analysis. And first table is the summary table, and second is the ANOVA table. Okay, I'll take you to MS Excel and I'll show you how this has been performed, so that you are actually getting command over how to use these techniques. So if you see here, MS Excel, it is visible now. Yeah. So when you see this 20 weeks data, it is fed here. And now I'll use one-way ANOVA for this. So I click on data, then I go to data analysis. And again, the same window will come with a lot of commands. So you have to go to ANOVA single factor. Okay. Single factor is a factor used for promotion of the product. So factor used is having three levels: convenience, quality, and price. But factor is one only. Factor is the factor used for promotion of the product. But that factor has got three levels, and we want to compare, are all the three levels same or they are not same while providing the sales. Okay. So single factor, you will click, then you will say okay. Now it will ask for input range. And input range, again, you have to now select all the three together. Whenever we don't have different values or different input ranges being asked by the this command software, then we have to feed all the columns simultaneously. Now, data was grouped in columns. If you see here, convenience, and we have all the values in one column. Quality, we have all the values in one column. Same goes for the price. We have all the values in one column. So you need now to tick columns. Okay. Then you can see in the very first row, we have labels also. So labels in first row must be clicked, because that's not the data. They are the labels. Okay. Now, can you see alpha? By default, every software has 0.05 level of significance, which can be changed if you want to test it at 1%. So you can feed it 1, but mostly it is 5%. So we'll use that only. You click on output range on the same sheet, and then you define the cell as E1. Now, after defining the cell E1, you will click OK, and you'll get the ANOVA summary table. All right. Can you see here the summary, then the ANOVA table? So there are two tables coming. And that is what I was showing you in my PPT also. Clear? Now we have to interpret it. Let's interpret it. So the first thing to be understood is what should be our null hypothesis in this case. So your null hypothesis will be that all the sales, that is due to convenience, due to quality, due to price, they are same. There is no significant difference in the mean of sales provided by 3 levels of parameter. And alternative will say now, at least one parameter or level of parameter is providing different sale. Now, how to accept null or the alternate? For that, ANOVA table is what you will see. And in the ANOVA table, don't go for anything, go and focus only on p-value. And the rule for every p-value is same, what we discussed in our last class. P-value, whenever it is less than alpha, alternative has to be accepted. And whenever it is greater than alpha, null has to be accepted. Now, if you see here, 0.0468. Now, 0.0468 is less than 0.05. Hence, we have to go in favor of alternative. Now, had it been that null gets accepted, then the answer was very, very straightforward. Then the answer was that she can use either of the level. She can use convenience or quality or price, because all the parameters they are providing almost similar type of sale. Okay, or she can use all the three because there is hardly any difference coming in the sales. So that way, if null would have been accepted, that would have been the conclusion. But what happened? Alternate got accepted. Now, whenever alternative gets accepted, now it comes in the mind of the researcher that which are the parameter making the difference. So pairwise comparison is what is done. Okay, then first and third. Am I clear? Then they try to see which pairs are actually differing. So see, you can see here the p-value was less than 0.05, therefore null is not accepted and decision is favor of alternative. Now, when the alternative gets accepted, then post hoc test is to be worked on, that which are the pairs making difference, and Tukey's significantly difference is what we work on. So based on this particular data, that honestly HSD, honestly significant difference denoted by W, that is what we found, and the value comes to be 71.70. So this is a formula where MSE, it comes from the table. MSE is, this is MSE. Okay, within the groups is what we call MSE, right? NG is 20, that is number of observations in a particular parameter level. Okay, NG is that. K is number of levels, so 3 is the number of levels. Okay, QA is the table value. There is a standardized table which will provide you studentized value for honestly significant difference. So there is a standard table available. Okay, for 3 and V, that is 57. Okay, for this we have the value available in the tables. When I use them, 71.70 is what came as the HSD value. Now, how to use this? Look here. Pairwise comparison has to be made now. Is the mean due to convenience and quality not significantly different, or are significantly different? That is what we are interested in now. Is convenience and price significantly different, or they are not significantly different? Price, quality, are they significantly different, or they are not different? So what you will do, the mean value of quality, you can see the table again, and you can see here, this is the average is mean, and due to quality, this is the quality line, 653. Due to convenience, this is the average. Due to price, this is the average. Okay, so these values now will be used, and then we will find the difference. So you can see the three differences are here. And then these differences are to be compared with this particular HSD. If the differences are less than this HSD, then you will say there is no significant difference. They are approximately similar. But if it is greater than this value, then you will say there is a difference. Now, when you go here, you can see it is the convenience and quality which are differing significantly. Mean of quality and convenience are actually differing significantly, and quality, price, convenience, they are not differing significantly. Okay, so when quality is significantly different from convenience sales, now you will be focused on which is providing more sale. Now you will consider the more one. And you will say, as quality is providing more sales, which is actually significantly different from the convenience, therefore, marketing manager should focus more on the quality while preparing the advertisement. Are you getting this? So it is a systematic procedure, and once we follow this, there are hardly questions that will come in front, because whenever there are arguments or questions, if we can support or we can justify them with some facts and figures, they are to be accepted. Okay, so this is how we work on hypothesis testing, and out of so many, I have tried to work on 2 techniques, and I'm sure not 100%, but to quite an extent, things have must been understood by all of you. But now, in case you have any doubt, I'm ready to answer and discuss.
In previous slide, the formula, the W, you written that the V equal to 57. I am not getting from where you are getting the 57. Yeah.
Okay, V 57.
Yeah, V 57. From where we get this one actually? Which one value is this?
It is actually degrees of freedom.
Okay. Degree of freedom.
Of error, and 3 are the levels.
So we are doing all testing based on the probability or non-probability. Still, I'm getting confusion. Which one is it? Which concept you are using here?
See, these all are parametric tests. And when we say parametric tests, the condition of normality, homogeneity, and independence, they are to be considered. And they have been taken care here. So they are probability testings.
Okay.
But if we do not have the condition of normality getting met, then we have non-parametric tests. Non-parametric takes care of whenever the prerequisites are not met. So we have Mann-Whitney test, then we have run test, sign test. There are so many Wilcoxon's test. In non-parametric, there are n number of tests available which can be used in place of parametric if the conditions are not met. It is that way.
Oh, okay, non-probability, that means there is a biasness, no? There is something biasness is there, then we can go for the non-probability, no?
True.
And then you also mentioned while you were talking about the why 15 years ago there was only the probability concept, but after that, due to some constraints, the non-probability concept. Can you elaborate what kind of constraints comes over there? That's why the non-probability concept has arisen.
Okay, I explained that also, but let me explain it again. And what I said is, whenever we are working on probability sampling, in the probability sampling, units are selected at random. Okay, so there are softwares which are used to generate random numbers. Okay, and those random numbers, like there is a software, if you tell that software that the population size is 60 and you are looking for 6 units only, out of 60. So it will ask that how you have numbered these 60. So you will say, I have numbered from 1 to 60. So it will now randomly generate 6 numbers, maybe 22, 36, 42, 45. Now you have to approach these people only. Okay, these people only. Now, when you went to 22, let's say, but 22 is not willing to respond to you. Number 22, he is not willing to respond to you. Now it is not a probability set. But
Yeah,
if
because
all
everyone
these,
is not going to respond you. That's why it is not.
that's why non-probability is what we use. But in non-probability also, if 3 conditions they are met, the 3 conditions are condition of normality, condition of homogeneity, and condition of independence. Those are some of the conditions, prerequisites for hypothesis testing. If those are met, then we can use the parametric test. Otherwise, we have to go for non-parametric tests.
It's a huge concept. We should go for the more and more elaboration.
Yes, like Dr. Mathur was saying, that statisticians have made statistics in such a way, not everybody understands it, but it has been made that way. So more and more you get into it, more and more questions they keep on coming.
Yeah. How much
we
you are
are
diving on this? That the questions arise like that. No? How much you diving on this? Yeah.
Yes, even I say myself as a learner at this age also, and with so many years of teaching statistics, I'm still a learner too.
Yeah, I remember one moment that while I was in MBA, the most confusing part of a stat is only the hypothesis. I still am getting confusion, but no worry, I just get refreshed, and those knowledge again came and again it's getting refreshed. But I remember those moments. Oh my God, it was terrible for me. I could not understand the hypothesis. I always it's getting problem for.
See, scenario has yet not changed. Today also students, they face little difficulty.
It's 15 years ago, I was facing the problem, and today your session, I tried myself to involve deeply and try to, that clear out, but still I'm getting confusion. I don't know, but I think it's, the day by day, how much you're diving on this, and then you're getting more, it's get more knowledgeable based on your scenario. Until unless you do the practically, you're not going to be
yes, that's what
to get
I
the more
wanted
knowledge.
to yes, that's what I was about to say. It is more about practicing and getting involved. More you get involved, more and more things get sorted.
Things get solved. Yeah, that's your right. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you,
Any
Professor.
other participant having any query related to today's session, I would like to handle that also. Yes, the subject is tricky. I tried to cover it up with few cases. I'm sure the practicality must have been emphasized on. So if any query, please. Otherwise, over to you, Divya. Divya, you there? Right, Divya is there.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. I'm sure their queries must be sorted by now.
Yeah.
If anything, I think we also have more sessions, so you can.
True.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's it, I guess, for the day.
Yeah.
I'll
Thank you, everybody.
Feedback link. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, everyone. See
Thank
you.
you.
Take a rest. We see you on Monday, coming Monday.
Yeah, sure. Happy weekend, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Happy weekend for all of you as well. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, bye.
Bye-bye. See you on Monday.
See you on Monday.
Yes, on Monday.
With more
Nice
energy and
weekend for
refreshment.
everyone.
Do not have excess of the weekend. So
Sorry,
then we
Bruno?
can cover. Don't have many excess on the week. Not too many playing around, so that we can be on Monday.
Yeah.
Help all of us.
Can understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Yeah.
Bye.